Hey everyone, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 4:02. One point I did want to make, because it is a special meeting of council, there was potential appetite to add items for this meeting, but I just got last moment information from administration that unless the entire council is here to add the item, we can't do so at a special meeting. Now, the only other condition is if Councillor Race joins us later in the meeting, we can, by motion, add an item later for discussion. And I did want to confirm that with Ms. Rendell.
Yes, that's correct. You can add it after Councillor Race would join the meeting, and then the motion has to be unanimous to add the item.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Ms. Rendell. And with that, council, any additions? Well, actually, we cannot change anything. A motion to adopt the agenda as is. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, make the motion to adopt the agenda of December 15th, 2020 special meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, all those in favor?
Sorry, I had a question.
Yes, Councillor Nelson.
Are we able to change the order of things on the agenda?
Ms. Rendell.
And maybe
Yeah,
go ahead.
the order of things is fine. It's just that you can't add anything unless all of council is present at a special meeting.
Okay, and if I could, Mr. Chair, I just ask a question. So the agenda package highly encourages us to pass the utility rate bylaws tonight, and seeing that they're after the budget discussion, I could see it being very challenging to pass those tonight. So I'm just curious if it makes sense to have those prior to the budget discussion, or if those are fine to be passed in the new year if we're not able to get there tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, to Councillor Nelson. Thank you for that question. If that is the will of council to discuss and review those bylaws prior to getting into budget, that is okay. The budget is based on the revenue for the entire year from those bylaws. So if the budget is delayed and it's not delayed, but isn't passed tonight, and we reconvene in the new year to take a look, the budget would need to be adjusted. So it's up to council. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and I don't know if it requires a formal motion, but I'd actually like to see those three items come before budget, partly because what we do with those actually has a significant impact on some of the things that I'd like to do or see happen with the budget. It's a $225,000 worth of changes. So
Is that a request, Councillor Nelson, to put the waste items as the first, second, and third item?
Well, second, third, and fourth, I guess, after masks.
Okay.
I don't know if that requires a formal motion or what. I'm happy to make one.
Ms. Rendell, a formal motion to change the order?
You could just note it and then adopt the agenda with the change that you're moving them up.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll note that the order will be temporary mask bylaws, the first action item, followed by items 3, 4, and 5, and then pushing the operational budget and 3-year plan to the 5th item. So that will be the motion on the floor as noted. Council, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. And that will bring us to our delegations and presentations for this evening. Stars presented by Ms. Glenda Fardin. Hello.
Hello, it's great to see all of you. I wish we could be doing this in person, but we'll have something to look forward to next year. So I'm pleased to bring you your annual update, and we want to formally thank you as well for your continued support of STARS. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay, I will share my screen. Can you see the presentation? Yes? Okay. Well, we'll get started then. COVID-19 has changed all our lives. STARS is a physician-driven organization, and our number one priority is to protect and maintain unimpacted operations. STARS transport physicians are regarded as experts in the field of critical care, and so STARS was asked to participate in an international consortium to share learnings about COVID. We developed rigorous PPE and decontamination procedures, along with the buddy system oversight as a safeguard. We created an online portal system to
I got my video off, but my.
pardon me?
Sorry about that.
Okay. We created an online portal system to assist healthcare professionals with airway management, ventilation, and resuscitation protocols. These are stressful times, and we are continuing to see a rise in stress-related types of missions, like heart attack, stroke, drug overdose, and COVID-related. Approximately 13%, and it's been as high as 18% of STARS missions are confirmed or suspected COVID cases. We recognize that our municipalities are facing countless hardships, which is magnified by the fact that there are many who rely on you for help, including STARS. We thank you for your partnership. STARS is experiencing a significant decrease in funding in all areas, including government. The 10-year affiliation agreement that we had with Alberta Health Services which provided 20% government funding, has expired. In 2019, STARS received $9.2 million from Alberta Health Services in support. With the recent helicopter EMS review that Alberta Health Services conducted, STARS extended its agreement with STARS until September of this coming year, for a total of $7.3 million in funding that we received this year. STARS fundraising initiatives have all decreased. The 2020 STARS lottery did not sell out. That reflected $1.2 million lost revenue. The calendar campaign is down by more than half. Site registration revenue is considerably less. Of course, not surprisingly, with the uncertainty of the energy sector. With COVID-19 still looming around us, most of STARS fundraising events have all been canceled for the unforeseeable future. The STARS lottery is the single largest funding source that STARS has, so we must move forward with a 2021 STARS lottery, which will launch mid-January. We're hopeful that Albertans will continue to stand by our side. On the expenditure side, an increase in aviation is due to the decrease or the increasing demand for STARS missions, and we must still move forward with pilot training for new helicopters that are coming. Administration costs were decreased by 3%, but we also suffered the heartache of having to downsize staff members across all 6 of our bases. We're truly grateful to our municipal partners like you, who represent one area of staunch, unwavering support for STARS services. You continue to be a lifeline for STARS, and we are grateful. Let's have a look at an overview of missions to mid-November. So overall, across the entire province in 2020, we are seeing increasing missions. These are also including critical interfacility transfers from your rural hospitals, and also in circumstances where a patient from a scene call that may have been delivered by ground and now has to have emergency transport to tertiary care. Aside from May long weekend, which is always the busiest weekend of the year for STARS, the majority of STARS missions all occur during the months of September to March. So we are now in our busier season. The BK-117 legacy fleet has served STARS well for 35 years, but fleet replacement was inevitable. The H-145 is breakthrough technology. Advanced avionics will reduce pilot workload and crew fatigue, especially in back-to-back missions. The unique Fenestron tail provides precise maneuverability. It has increased fuel efficiency, speed, and range, can offer up to as much as 30 minutes additional flight time. Currently, we have 3 of the H145s operational from Calgary and Saskatoon, and the third one provides backup. We expect delivery of number 4 and 5 in the next few weeks. A new 5-bladed system that has increased lift and load capacities, especially beneficial in mountainous terrain. So that number 6 and 7 will be the new 5-bladed system, and one of these is slated for the Grand Prairie base that serves your area. Town of Hinton is served by 2 bases, the Grand Prairie base and Edmonton base. We expect arrival of the number 6 and 7 sometime after March, now that we've been informed of another COVID delay. And we look forward to the completion of the entire fleet sometime in 2022. Provincial and federal governments embrace the vision of a fleet of H145s to serve Western Canada. So they provided funding for 7 of the 9 in total helicopters. Then in the middle of the capital campaign, COVID-19 hit. The campaign must continue. An additional $14 million has been raised to date from individuals, corporate, and even a few municipalities. There is still a market for the aging BK-117 fleet. Depending on market value next year and the rate of the US dollar, we anticipate the sale of the previous fleet could possibly generate as much as half of the remaining $30 million. So we anticipate approximately $15 million left to raise. The combinations of exceptional critical care expertise, the most technologically advanced intensive care unit environment, and blood on board, all working together in concert with STARS transport physicians who will provide medical oversight, orchestrate complex logistics, and facilitate the most appropriate receiving hospitals. These all result in STARS providing the highest levels of emergency critical care to Albertans. Ultrasound is one of the most vital diagnostic tools. Previously, we had ultrasound, but it was a bulky device not easily transportable. This new handheld ultrasound is a game changer for trauma and heart patients. With early detection, this valuable tool will help to avoid fatal outcomes. And we thank you again for your continued support. We cannot do this alone. You're currently on a standing motion of a $2 per capita per year, and I can't explain to you how much that means to us to know that we have that sustainable funding there every year to rely on. As I said, the municipal support that we receive from across the entire province is the one area that has remained staunch and unwavering. We are truly grateful for that. So thank you so much. The most important time is now. What we as Albertans do or fail to do, it is going to be amplified in the future, and the stakes are undeniably high. So we thank you again. You are our reason for being. Thank you for your partnership.
My apologies. Glenda, thanks so much for that presentation. And yeah, it's unfortunate that you can't be here in person. You're one of the yearly visitors that we really like to see. It's always a great partnership, never any issues because you do so much. Really sorry to hear of the added pressures, the increased calls due to COVID, the lack of funding. But I think it's without any hesitation, the job that you and STARS does is kind of an example of how every institution or government should be, because you guys still go forward and and still provide a critical service that is obviously with the stats in need of our area. But with that, I'll open up the floor for council if they have any questions for you or comments. Council. And seeing none, I think you said it. You have some strong support here from the town of Hinton. We're one of many communities. Glad to see the new technology, obviously, and the new Airbus H145, and always progressing to ultimately focus on the people who need it, the patients. So I think it's pretty obvious with what you guys are striving for, that you have the best interest of every Albertan in mind. And it is our pleasure, I think, on behalf of the community to support a critical, extremely critical service. So Glenda, thank you so much. And we look forward to an in-person visit in 2021.
Thank you so much as well. We really appreciate the partnership that we share with you, and it's just vital for all of us, and be looking forward to an H145 coming to serve your residents in the new year. So we very much are excited for that. So thank you. Happy holidays to each and every one of you. Please stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you in person.
Same to you, Glenda. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you so much.
That'll bring us to our second delegation for this evening, the business walk presented by Miss Nancy Robbins.
Hi, everybody. I'm here tonight. I originally had planned to talk to you about our business walk results that we had in September, but like everything in a global pandemic, our information's already outdated. We never anticipated that we would be working with our businesses in a second shutdown, but I think what I'm going to talk to you about tonight presents a good snapshot in time between the fall and how things went in the fall, and just go from there. So Community Futures West Yellowhead did business walks in the town of Hinton in September of 2020. And the purpose of the walks was to visit local businesses and to have a casual conversation about the local economy with business owners. We could communicate their successes, challenges, and opportunities during the challenges of COVID-19 and the impact that it was having on their businesses. So we selected a number of storefront businesses throughout the community of Hinton. We had Community Futures staff, municipal councillors, economic development officers. We had Alberta Labour and Immigration, Hinton Chamber of Commerce, ATB, and the member of MLA, Martin Long, join us. We all donned our face masks and did social distancing and everything else to head out and talk to our businesses. And really, we asked three main questions. How have you adapted your business during COVID-19? What do you feel your business needs to move forward? And what types of support does your business need to succeed in the next 6 months? So as I said, who knew? We thought that we were building our plan moving forward, but now this plan has radically changed. What we can tell you is that for the businesses that did participate in our business walk, that we noticed a number of trends all throughout the region. COVID-19 has created a higher than normal financial strain on businesses in our region. It has created strains on employee retention, hiring, and owners are now having a more physical presence in their business than they've ever had before. COVID-19 has created a personal stress for business owners. And as we are in the second wave and the second lockdown, many have stated that when they are rethinking what they're doing right now, that they don't know what's going to happen in the second lockdown. And that mirrors a lot of the conversations that we've been having for the past week with our businesses. Owners had more time to speak to us than they normally do in September, mainly because fall experiences such as back to school opportunities for shopping, fundraising, and events were either canceled or went virtual this year. So the need for business involvement was not there as they had seen it in the past. And what we did find is that in this one-day event that we had in Hinton, it just wasn't enough. And in the future, I think we will focus more on industry in our business walks and maybe try to do an industry focus, because we had really ambitious plans to reach all these people and we weren't able to meet everybody. Not surprisingly, surprising, comments and discussions throughout the region had very similar themes. The most common statements focused on the financial implication of closures, shop local initiatives, the need for financial assistance, and the need for assistance in marketing. Many of the businesses who were struggling prior to the pandemic with the economic uncertainty that was existing in the region are now have an added layer to that uncertainty. And businesses are often wondering how they're going to keep their door open and what those efforts will take. So when we look at what businesses needed for success in the short term, we had three major themes. One was the need for a shop local initiative. The support not only involved in the creation of an awareness to local consumers for their everyday needs, but this also was a message to business support organizations such as ourselves and community and projects to support local procurement and also look at the ways that we can spend our money locally. The second common theme revolved around advertising and marketing assistance. It is tied a bit with the Shop Local campaign. However, a lot of businesses in our region don't know how to use social media. They needed help with curbside pickups, pivoting to online, and the majority of people said that this adaptation that they had to adjust to happened really quickly for them, and they felt like they didn't have a lot of control. So it was trying to get that control back so that they were able to do that work for their business. The third most common theme was financial assistance. The support was varied among businesses that include financial programs for the self-employed, increased financial support through wage and rent subsidies. And we're also seeing now in the second wave and the second shutdown of the pandemic that this need is even greater than ever before. So where does that leave us now? We are looking at ways that we can get into talking about ways that we can increase business for our businesses, either through business to business opportunities, through procurement opportunities for the West Yellowhead, or just promoting different industries of what we have available for people to use in the West Yellowhead. And also too, we realize that it is our job to help them grow, to connect them with the skills, financing, and resources that they need to succeed. And we were going to continue working with our business community to offer them financing options, training courses, personal coaching, and networking opportunities. Even though we're in the second wave and shut down, we're going to try to stick to our core services as much as possible. I guess I will turn it back to you, Mayor Michaels, in case anyone has any questions.
Well, thanks for that, Nancy. Unfortunately, as you alluded to, that the business walks was a good snapshot at that time, but things have changed. But glad to see that there's still some focus on the shop local, the marketing, that there's other things that you guys have pointed out. And I think I speak for everyone. We appreciate how much your office has done and just seeing it grow. But I'll stop myself there and I'll open up the floor for anyone from council for questions or comments. Councilor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nancy, first of all, thanks a lot for coming out tonight and sharing some of your guys' findings with us. This actually, I think, dovetails rather nicely into a conversation I had last night with Natalie Charlton from our local chamber. And basically, I was trying to get the temperature in terms of, business and local economic development, in terms of what low-hanging fruit and what opportunities exist for us collaboratively to promote local business and local economy. And one of the notions that we were batting around was the concept of working together with regional partners in terms of promoting our region in terms of destination marketing. Because one of the opportunities that's been uncovered with COVID is that we do have travelers that normally wouldn't visit Hinton and region spending more time and traveling through our community as opposed to going to other destinations. So just with that sort of topic in mind, is that a discussion that has been at the fore recently with all the challenges through COVID? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Thanks for that question. I think really there's two issues there that you've brought up. One is the low-hanging fruit for the shop local, and I'll address that one first. I think we as residents need to realize that you know, if we look at where we were last year, I think the majority of us probably had businesses that supported our hockey team or may have given Christmas baskets for raffles for our staff, that kind of stuff. And, you know, we've always gone to our businesses for help. This is the time where it kind of needs to be reversed. And we as residents need to realize that if we don't support our businesses locally, that they're not going to be here into the 6 months. So, you know, you know, if you want to spend money on Amazon because it saves you $3, that's your prerogative, but realize that there's businesses in our community that offer the same product, and while you may have to spend $3 more, you're keeping that dollar in your local community. So that is a resident focused thing. And for us all to be mindful as we're spending money for Christmas, that maybe we should take the time to think about our local businesses. The second issue you brought up was promoting our region as destination marketing. And I think that is for the non-resident that comes through Hinton. And that is an issue that, pandemic or not, we're always going to be working on. We have a number of projects that were part of our operational plan this year that focus on tourism entrepreneurship. And the mountains aren't going anywhere, and Hinton's not going anywhere as a prime location outside the national park. And so, believe it or not, entrepreneurship is alive and well in Hinton and the region. People have been starting up their businesses like never before. We have seen such a tremendous growth in entrepreneurship in the last 10 months that, to be honest with you, we can't keep up with it. So entrepreneurship, and especially tourism entrepreneurship, is happening. We are building this destination. It's just in the background right now because we're all dealing with a global pandemic. So it's happening. It's there. We haven't forgotten about it.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that question, Councilor Magoon. Council, anything else? And seeing none, thanks again, Nancy, for presenting. And just on the note for Shop Local, it's I don't know how to communicate it, or I don't know how we all communicate that to people to see in the future. It will take the loss of their favorite business or their second favorite business to close for them to realize, oh, I should have been shopping local. And it's unfortunate. So like, I hope we can all collectively really share that. Let's fix this before these casualties happen. And if not, we're gonna be in a poorer position in 2021 if we don't change a bit of that culture. So thanks for speaking on that, and thanks for your entire presentation. And looking forward for 2021 in business walks and kind of adapting to what that new reality. Yeah, fingers crossed. Again, thank you so much, Nancy, and take care.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, that'll bring us to our first action item for this evening: temporary mandatory mask and face coverings bylaw review. Council. Administration, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just a brief update, I suppose. The last review, I provided a little bit of feedback on compliance and questions and things like that. Relatively the same. There's been not a lot of enforcement needed, or no enforcement needed, I suppose. And as well, this week we've reached out to our Hinton Healthcare Center to ensure that they have what they need and that they're in good shape. And so those lines of communications are open in support of the healthcare center. So that's all I have to share.
Thank you, CA Olson. Council, any questions, comments? And seeing none, I was not at the last meeting for this. Do we need a motion to accept for information or just move along? Administration.
We can just move along.
Okay, perfect. Council, last chance. Seeing none, thank you for that. That'll bring us to our now second action item, the sewer rate of bylaw 858-18, CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So the rate reports are brought forward annually in alignment with the budget process if a budget's been passed with changes to those collection rates. So in this case, what's been proposed in the 2021 budget is an increase of sewer rates for 4% for both residential and non-residential customers. The report's really written with the budget coming first in mind, but information within the budget document in the agenda and then within the reports as well support information that council will need to consider a decision tonight. The bylaw before council, the recommended option or recommended action tonight is to give all 3 readings in support of the budget that's before council. At this time, so just to touch on it, part of the reasoning for this, both the sewer and the water bylaws reflect a change to support contributions to West Fraser, as was brought forward in a report to council in November. This is to cover costs incurred through the water treatment plant, and then to support for the sewer, the contributions to lagoon maintenance. So again, the recommended action is to give all 3 readings, and administration is happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you for that, CEO Olson. Council. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Edmund, is it not customary for these increases to take effect in the spring as opposed to January 1st?
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, CEO Olson, and Chair through to council. Forgot I was in the room and I didn't have to unmute myself. So there's no set process for it. However, it is a process that the town has followed because of the fact that the budgets have not been approved by December in a lot of cases. The best practice, I guess, in those cases would be to ensure that you're not basing your budget on an increase that might not occur. So the last few years that I've been here, the increases for the utility services bylaws had not taken effect until March or April. In this case, trying to balance the need for increased revenue and a strategy to fund appropriate increases, it was found that in order to meet the strategy that was put forward, a full year's worth of increased revenue was required to meet the 5-year projection that we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Councillor Waugh. You're on mute. You good?
Yep, good. Thank you.
Council. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion. Councillor Nelson.
If and when these are passed, what sort of advertising goes out to let people, residents and businesses know that these rates are changing? If it's going to be January 1st, that's only a couple weeks.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Fox.
Yeah, thank you. So typically through the budget process, it's through the budget itself. I don't recall doing any separate campaign around the utilities other than publicly presenting all the budget information in open public meetings. I'm not sure, CEO Olson, if you're aware of a separate campaign that's been done in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. No awareness of any separate campaign, but advertising did take place for the increases.
Thank you, administration. Councillor Nelson.
Sorry, if I could just follow, what type of advertising went out for the increases in utilities? Apologies if I'm missing something.
Michael's through to Councillor Nelson. Newspaper advertising, I believe, is customary for utilities.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I might be mistaken. Apologies.
Yeah, no, actually, and I think if Ms. Rendell is on, this is something that was looked into, and for the requirement of the utilities bylaw, separate advertising is not required.
Okay.
So it's only the advertising of the budget and the budget document and the changes themselves.
Thank you.
I have one question. If there is an appetite, and I'll go to Councillor Stashik right after. If there is an appetite to delay this, let's say a month or so, because I'm just trying to think on the advertising part also, how would we deal with the loss of revenue potentially?
Thank you, Chair. Through to Council. We did give some thought to that. If this was brought early in January, there would be minimal impact to the revenue as anticipated. If Council wanted to push this out further than the beginning of January, we would probably have to readjust the numbers to ensure that we weren't over capturing revenue. So I think the first regular meeting if you give first reading and then do not want to give second and third reading until that meeting would be January 5th.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. At the beginning of the meeting, when the request was made to change the order of the agenda, I supported it. Generally, when there's a request like that made, there's a reason for it. Although it is a little counterintuitive and it seems a little cumbersome that we're discussing the bylaws for something that reflects numbers that are presented in the budget. So passing bylaws before the budget discussion is complete seems a little strange. Although I like I said, I did support changing the order of it because I assumed there was a reason for it. But at this point, I'm not sure that this is the best way to go about this, and I'm not sure what's going to happen if these come for decision of council before the budget discussion happens. So if there's a motion made, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but it just seems odd. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. I have no one else in queue. I share the same sentiment. In hearing this and trying something new, and I do like that we're going to tackle this sooner than we usually do in previous years. So I get this, like the benefit. I'm kind of supporting passing the first reading and tying these to an early meeting, passing these in January with the budget. If the budget doesn't pass today, let's tie it in January. There's minimal impact, as alluded to by administration. So I'd support first reading, second reading, and just not third reading, and we deal with it in the new year. That's sort of what I'm sensing now, especially with the lack of urgency for this. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I could support something fairly similar. I think in principle, I understand what's happening. But again, there's that budgetary component that we also need to tackle sort of in parallel here, right? Or certainly in advance of. The other consideration I have too is the benefit of doing, a first reading or perhaps even a second reading this evening, is that from a transparency issue, it gives us a little bit of time to hit up those people who don't understand why the rate changes are necessary and specifically where their money's going towards. And I mean, it's in black and white in the report, is that there's costs that have been incurred that essentially we need to make sure we're taking care of. Power, rent contribution, lagoon maintenance, recirculation charges, they're there. But again, I think in doing a first or a second reading, if that causes people to ask that question between now and January, then we have those clear answers to say, look, this is where that funding is going, and this is why it's part of the budget moving forward. But again, you're right. In discussing it along in parallel with the budget, it does make a bit of a chicken and an egg feeling happen. It feels odd, but I understand why we're tackling it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Nelson.
I'd like to move that council gives sewer rate bylaw number 858-18 first reading. And if I can speak to it, I'm actually comfortable with all of them giving them all of their readings, understanding that we have the opportunity through budget to potentially offset some of those direct costs to consumers on a year like this. We have multiple grants to offset costs to our citizens that are very unique to this year. Which is why it's a little bit different chicken or egg than previous years. So ultimately, this gets us closer to cost recovery, which is, I think, where municipalities are trying to get to with utilities as a whole. It increases transparency in some ways, but it's also important the community knows that increased utilities is still affecting their pocketbooks, not just the tax rate %. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate? And seeing none, I'll call to question. that council give sewer rate bylaw 858-18 first reading. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything else for this item? And if there's none, Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, I'm going to make the motion that we council gives sewer rate bylaw number 858-18 second reading as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have one question for administration, and I apologize. I don't want to convolute this. If hypothetically we don't have third reading in the month of December and third reading comes to us in January, could we make an amendment to the bylaw on the spot at that meeting, hypothetically in January, to make it retroactive to January 1st, or would we have to change the date? Any impacts regarding the 2021 year if we decide to pass it unanimously then compared to now? Ms. Olson.
Thank you. I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Ms. Olson, and share through to council. We can't actually make the bylaw go retroactive. We did look into that, Ms. Rendell and myself. So whatever we implement would happen as that date of that meeting, and we would make the required adjustments to the rate for that period of time.
Okay, thank you for that. That's what I thought I understood before, and I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor for second reading. Any further debate or questions? And seeing none, I'll call to question. The council gives sewer rate bylaw 858-18 second reading. Council, all those in favor? That is passed unanimously. Council, anything further for this item for this evening? And last opportunity, and if not, I will move forward to our next action item. Seeing none, thank you, administration, for that, and that'll bring us to, my apologies, the water rate bylaw 859-24. CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. The introduction to this rate bylaw is actually quite similar to the previous bylaw introduction. The increase is 4% to residential and non-residential customers, and that again is going towards supporting an increase in contributions to West Fraser. The recommended action tonight is to provide all three readings to water rate bylaw 859-24. Administration's welcoming of any questions from council.
Thank you, CAO Olson. Council. Councillor Nelson.
I'll move that council give water rate bylaw number 859-24 first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we now have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions for administration? Seeing none, I'll call to question. That council give water rate bylaw 859-24 first reading. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything further for this action item for this evening? Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move the council give water rate bylaw number 859-24 second reading.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Again, council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question that council give water rate bylaw 859-24 second reading. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. And council, anything further for this item for this evening? And seeing none, thank you, administration. We'll move on to the waste rate bylaw 933-5. CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Similar introduction to this item as well. The waste bylaws before council tonight. for all three readings as recommended action, with an increase of 4% to residential and 5% to non-residential. Administration is prepared to answer any questions that council should have.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Council, questions? I'll entertain a motion. Councillor Nelson.
I'll make a motion and I'll ask the question. I'll move that council give waste rate bylaw number 933-5 first reading. And I did have a question. Non-residential is being increased more than residential. And from what I gather, that difference in the increase is due to cost recovery, correct?
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Through to Councilor Nelson, that is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson, CEO Olson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate or questions? And seeing none, I'll call the question that council give a water rate bylaw 933-5 first reading. Council, all those in favor? And that's passed unanimously.
Sorry, just clarification. I think it was stated that it was the water rate bylaw, but it's the waste rate, correct?
Oh, my apologies. Waste rate bylaw was my intent. And I'll on that note, I'll call for the all in favor again. Thank you. And that was unanimous. Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further for this item? Councillor Nelson.
I'll move that council give waste rate bylaw number 933-5 second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, any debate or questions regarding this? And seeing none, I'll call to question that council give waste rate bylaw 933-5 second reading. Council, all those in favor? That is also passed unanimously. And council, anything further for this item? Seeing none, thank you, administration and council, for that. And that'll bring us to our last action item for this evening, 2021 operating budget and 3-year plan, and 2021 capital budget and 5-year plan. And with that, I'll hand it off to CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So to kick off our second look at budget, I just want to take a moment to highlight a few key areas of change between version 1 and version 2, as well make a couple of opening remarks. The direction provided by council in the budget meetings and in regard to the most funds has been incorporated into the budget that's been brought forward for decision today. Council will note that the civic agency funding has been changed to include the Disc Golf Association amounts, pending approval of the agreement coming to council in early 2021, as well as the reduction to the Hinton Historical Society funding as noted during the budget meetings. The community peace officer position has been eliminated, and funding from the MOST program is used to offset the contributions to the Chamber of Commerce and to cover the amounts needed for the Flower Basket program, in addition to offsetting the municipal tax rate. As well, there's further recommended changes and impacts that were included based on information that was received between budget variations. This includes an imposed 3% increase to benefits by our benefit provider, which will be seen in all departments' wages and salaries lines as changes. The reduction in the RCMP administrative position wages, as the vacant position's been eliminated due to redundancy. This was not possible to include in the last version of the budget, as finalized discussion with the RCMP detachment or the union had not taken place at that time. As well, adjustments were made on Friday, as council will note, to the Yellowhead County revenue sharing agreement after confirmation and discussion with the county late last week. So these changes bring the municipal tax impact with this budget to 0% for 2021. Administration received from council, sorry, I'll start again. Administration received direction from council at the initial onset of COVID to manage financial impacts through mitigation efforts. By the end of June, over $1 million was reduced in the operating budget and multiple capital projects deferred to support municipal cash flow. The budget tonight reflects additional work to manage things in a responsive manner in light of the hardship faced by Hinton businesses and residents. The town's response to COVID does not end with the financial health of our community. Hintonites' emotional and mental well-being is supported by the municipal services that we provide and prioritized through the balance met by this budget. During the first phase, temporary layoffs of employee and staff made it possible for a full park season to occur, knowing that without possibility of outdoor gatherings, or indoor gatherings rather, more than ever our active community would take to our parks and open spaces. FCSS as well worked with local nonprofit groups to secure funding and to support our community's most vulnerable. As well, the town's essential service providers have continued throughout the pandemic to ensure no gap or decline in water, waste, safety, finance, and other services was felt by our already stressed community. All of these areas continue through the second wave following the safety measures put in place to protect our employees and our public. Balancing the financial implications of budget with the responsibility to provide for quality of life in our community has been possible through the clear direction provided and support of council and dedication and hard work of administration. What's been accomplished in this budget process to date has exceeded anything we have done before, reducing through permanent and temporary measures over $2 million from the budget, including substantial permanent personnel reductions and service level changes that were purposefully chosen with the least impact to our community in mind. But as I stated during the first look at budget 2021 in November, there's more work to do. There are solutions to be made in regard to the town's long-term financial sustainability that can't be fixed in 1 year and will take time to properly address. And that's the plan, to do that together. With an earlier start to budget discussions and regular financial updates in 2021, we can get started and be in an even better position to plan for and tackle budget 2022. So at this time, I'll ask Ms. Fox to just provide a little more context to the changes between versions 1 and 2, including capital, after which administration is prepared to receive council's questions or any further direction or decision. I will leave it at that. Admin is happy to support council by moving from department to department and putting corresponding budget information on the screen as needed. And I guess my final comment is just in regard to the motions that were included in the report. They do not need to be made all at once or in order. It can be brought forward for council's consideration at the appropriate times. They are included as recommended actions, and if council requires any support, administration is happy to provide that. So at this time, I'll move to Ms. Fox to just take us through a little bit of additional information before we open things up to council. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Olson. And good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and the members of the public. During our first draft budget, administration took you through all of the financial information department by department, as well as through each department area in the capital plan. As you know, I am the Director of Corporate Services, and I have a large responsibility as the Chief Financial Officer for the town. This budget process that we have brought forward for 2021 has been unique in many ways, as it has been extremely collaborative, and we have set the stage for following new processes and procedures that help support a really proactive budget process. But obviously with COVID and the lack of time, we weren't able to fully recognize or realize the opportunities with that, but we did our best to try and work together to bring some of that information forward. With the current budget report, administration reported an increase in the operating costs. So I just want to point out in pages 12 to 24, that's the report to council. That information there stating that it was a decrease in operating or increase in operating was actually incorrect. There was a decrease in our operating costs from 2020 to 2021 by 131,000. Those numbers are reflected on pages 14, 16, 20, and 24 in that report and will be amended to reflect the correct information. The overall amount was a typo, and the amount from taxation required will not change. It doesn't change any of the financial information as presented. Page 17 of the agenda package, you will find a change summary. In that change summary, the wage reductions of 563,000 should have been 554,000, and the offset to that was in the column called other expenditures. And I just wanted to point that out as well. So for people that are actually taking these numbers, if anybody wants to spend more time than we do, they may have picked up on a couple of those things. Again, the overall impact of those changes was 0. The change in the wage reduction was in the reflection of the bylaw services wage changes. I presented the net effect of that change, and in doing so, inappropriately stated the change in the wage overall. The bylaw services position that was removed was actually $77,000 worth of wages that were removed, but there was an offsetting $35,000 of fine revenue reduction that was required, which had a net effect of $57,000. So if that throws anybody off, or if they were doing a number check, those are some of the things in my review preparing my notes today that you might have found, and I just wanted to point that out ahead of time. Overall, like I said, the overall financials haven't changed. It's just in the reporting and the wording that was put forward. Hard decisions obviously had to be made, and more are yet to come throughout 2021. While administration recognizes the state of the town due to the current economic climate, also recognizing this is personal for us all. As employees of the town, and also we are also residents and business owners, and we are all in this together. The town operates many different programs and services, and they are also suffering to continue to meet low tax rates, struggling with to be sustainable and continue to deliver the quality of life for the town and is that the residents desire. Interestingly, the university courses on municipal local government, to be exact, state municipalities faced with growing demands and dwindling resources have traditionally responded with prune and slash budgets to limit tax increases to levels believed the citizenry will tolerate. But continuing down this path means gradually doing everything less well. As service levels decline, so does public tolerance for even modest tax increases that sometimes accompany expenditure cuts. The purpose for me of that is just the hard work that we've done this year is really based on that. We want to really support the services that we do really well. We don't want to become a statistic. So council and admin have been working extremely hard to introduce a new way for the town, which involves service level conversations, priority budgeting, strategic planning that's tied to an accountability system, taking into consideration appropriate financial analysis and budget considerations to ensure the desired services and direction of council can be accomplished. Hence the reason for this new way that the town is promoting and focusing on, which will take time, trust, and collaboration by all to bring the town to the outcome it deserves. So as this being the only opportunity as your director of finance to kind of open with how important and how passionate we are about the decisions that we made and to support CAO Olson's opening statement, we really have been working on this together. Although through the process, obviously some errors have appeared and we've done our best to be as transparent as we possibly can and bring you the best information. Sometimes we get caught up on that, but we're willing to address any of those issues council has. The changes in the operating budget, CAO Olson captured most of those changes. A couple of the ones, and I don't know CAO Olson, direction from council at the last meeting providing the Golf Society with $8,000 a year. Did you capture that?
Yes.
And you're saying, okay.
Disc golf, yeah.
Sorry, disc golf. We adjusted the Historical Society contribution by a $10,000 amount that we had overstated. And over the last few months, the last month since we last met, a few immaterial changes were recorded by administration. One, increasing the transfer from reserve in the water utility and reducing the other general transfers from the reserves by the exact same amount. So overall net impact was 0. Another immaterial adjustment made was for the inclusion of $3,000 to support the Beaver Boardwalk Committee expenditures, as it was removed from the capital plan and was missed being added to the operating plan. So that is something that you might see. The capital plan itself, there was a direction from council to ensure that the design costs for the project were not separated out. In doing that, that's based on an estimated 6%. So we did our best to remove those line items and include those design costs with the appropriate project in the capital plan. Reporting on those changes was a little difficult because it affected a lot of numbers within the budget underneath of it. But we did our best to ensure that you had all the information required ahead of time so you could review this. The other thing that we did, based on some feedback from the last meeting, was created a plan that was solely focused on the 2021 year. So you have that in your budget package as well as the 5-year plan. And what this did was allow our conversation for 2020 to be very direct. You could refer to that document very easily. We also included in there a column for how those projects were being funded, which was a request, and specific request from Councillor Race is she did like a previous format that was presented a few years ago that showed the reserve that was actually funding those projects. So we've tried to incorporate a few of those things to help with understandable decision-making that was very transparent and showed you how we were trying to account for these things. So at that, I know CAO Olson, in our original conversation, we thought we might start with capital, but I will turn it back over to CAO Olson to tell us where we want to start. And I'll share the screen, and what I'll try to do is as she talks to each section, bring that information up on the screen for you based on the agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Before I go to Ms. Olson, Council, any questions at this moment before I hand it off to Ms. Olson? Seeing none, Ms. Olson.
Thanks. And honestly, I didn't have too much to present more, just in supporting council's conversation around items tonight. If we're okay, if it's all right with council to begin with the capital plan, we can take a look and go either department by department, or it seemed to work pretty well last time around to start there and ensure that council has an opportunity to speak to each area. So at this time, I'll turn it to Mayor Michaels to begin with the capital plan.
Thank you, CAO Olson. Council, any questions? My apologies, I can't see everyone on the screen when they use this format. Council, if any questions for administration? Seeing none. Councillor Nelson.
I'm just trying to get all the right screens in front of me here. Just on kind of that first page that was brought up, the 2021 Infrastructure Services Public Works has changed from basically 10.7 million to 11.2 million. Rather than going into a lot of detail, just curious at a high level why the change in around $500,000 has taken place there.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Sorry, which page is this? I'm just trying to follow.
Well, my notes are on 139 of 166.
Okay. I'll look to Ms. Fox for some support here.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. So it's the infrastructure services budget that you're referring to?
Yep.
Okay, the addition of the chiller was 999,000 to the 2021 budget, which was a carry forward adjustment. And then the net adjustments would be from capital carry forward adjustments that were made to those balances.
Councillor Nelson.
Okay, yeah, that'll work for now. It's different than the $1 million single line item. So when we get deeper into it, I'll probably have some more questions around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Waugh. You're good, Councillor Waugh. Council? Anything further? Councillor Nelson.
On the following page, the top two items, which are the parking lot and the bike park trails, that's $200,000. The grant was for $250,000. I'm just curious where the other $50,000 is going for that project.
CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mayor Michael. So the additional 50,000, and I may look to Ms. Howarth to assist in an explanation of what that was for. It was for some post-secondary, some support to community members through additional training or learning opportunities. The question of where it would turn up, I may look to Ms. Fox. Did you wish to have an explanation of what it was for, or just where it's appearing?
Well, I guess both. I guess I know there's 50,000 operating under a communications project or something of that nature. I don't know the exact wording of it, but it doesn't seem congruent with the Trans Mountain's announcement on what the $250,000 was for. So it just it didn't all seem to jibe in my mind.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Yeah, absolutely. The communications that went out was a little bit confusing, and it kind of alluded to the 250,000 being for the parking lot project itself, and that's incorrect. It's 100,000 for the parking lot, 100,000 for trails as you see before you, and then the 50,000 to support education in our community. I'll look to Ms. Howarth to just provide a little bit of additional explanation to that while we work out where it's represented in the budget.
Thank you. Yeah, you captured most of that very well, CAO Olson. So yes, the 100,000 for the parking expansion project, the 100 for the mountain bike trail expansion, and the 50 is for something that Trans Mountain likes to do along their pipeline development with communities. And what it is, and it can be used very differently in communities, but they like to support anybody, and it doesn't have to be formal education, but just even, going away for courses and things that support the pipeline industry in general. And so 5 years ago, when we originally signed the agreement in 2015, there was a lot of conversation and momentum around developing, trades. The economy was looking for, tradespeople, all that other kind of stuff. And so that was what was talked about at that point in time. Of course, 5 years later, and in the situation we're in now, it probably looks a little bit different, but they're very open to, some creative ideas, whatever our community comes up with. And we do have Scott Kovach, our economic development officer, working and doing some research on what other communities are doing with that money. And so we have not determined what our program will look like yet, but that is the intent, according to the agreement with Trans Mountain, that's for that other 50,000 be allocated into the community to benefit.
Thank you, Ms. Howarth. Any follow-up, Councillor Nelson?
I guess my question is, does that require any sort of motion or direction for council, and what role does the town and council play in that $50,000?
When council signed the original agreement that identified that was again in 2015, that was a negotiated between the town of Hinton and council at the time and the Trans Mountain when they came through the community looking to build their community sort of legacy. And we've now renewed that with an execution agreement that again was signed between the town and Trans Mountain. So administratively, we're working on that. I'm not sure, perhaps CAO Olson, or no, where does Mr. Kovach land these days in our structure? Anyway, he might be able to speak on his behalf of I know he's just doing research on that, and we can bring that forward however we want to deliver that. It's still in the preliminary stages of an infancy of developing that.
Sorry, if I don't need much of an explanation. It's more if it's a fund that administration is going to be looking for council's feedback on, then it might be a conversation we look to start with some of the trade schools, some of the citizens. But if it's more of an administrative task, then that's perfect to know, and we won't put a lot of time into getting creative with ways to utilize those funds. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council. Councillor Waugh?
Yes, it's on this page. Under infrastructure services, it says replace 12,000 residential bins over 3 years. That seems like an awful lot of bins. Could I get some clarification on that line item, please?
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Mr. Woloshin?
You need me to stop sharing?
Yeah, thanks. Apologies, Mayor Michaels.
He was having internet issues.
Yeah, he was having internet issues earlier. Oh, he seems to be joining us now. Mr. Woloshin, if you could field that question, please.
Yes, that should be 2,800 residential bins or the black bins.
Apologies, Mayor and Council, that is a typo, 2,800 bins, not 12,000. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. And Administration, Councillor Nelson.
Just to follow up, I guess, is that the total amount for the entire project over multiple years, or is that the amount for 2021?
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Mr. Woloshin?
Okay, thank you. That is the 2,800 bins for the total project. We've ordered about 1,200 this year, and another 600 are due to come just before Christmas, but they might come just in the new year. We haven't tagged it down yet. And then the rest would come in 2021. So it'll be a total of 2,800 black bins.
Councillor Nelson, any follow-up?
Yeah, that just might be one that requires a little more digging or maybe an information report in the future, because even then the math over the period, it's still only $40 a bin, which I don't think, like, somewhere there's a math breakdown there. I think that I don't have enough information to ask good questions right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council. Councillor Magoon.
Sorry, Your Worship. It took me a while to navigate to the unmute. I'm just wondering if we're willing to entertain motions at this time regarding specific items.
Yeah, I think that's the will of council.
Perfect. I would like to make a motion that, and Wendy, I'll wait, so feel free to let me know if I'm going too fast, that the 2009 Ford Escape 4x4 unit 215 replacement be delayed until the 2022 capital budget. And if I could speak to that, Your Worship, I think this is one of those line items I've been talking with members of the community and fellow councillors about. Due to the impact of COVID, there's certainly a lot less traveling right now to conferences, and the business of the town is, for the most part, being conducted virtually and online. And I think this is a small win where we can offset the purchase of a particular unit until the following year. Potentially gaining us a year on the lifespan of that unit, I think, without any impact to the municipality as a whole. If administration wants to speak to that, I'm certainly happy to listen to any comments or concerns. But again, this is just some of our work that we've been doing the last several weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Council, any questions? If not, I will Okay, it's on the screen. I'll give one more opportunity. Council, any issues, any comments, questions regarding this? And seeing none, one moment, I will call to question that the 2009 Ford Escape 4x4 Unit 215 replacement be delayed until the 2022 capital budget. Council, all those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, I have Councilor Nelson.
Yes, staying on the same page, on the first section of community services, there's the library undefined capital of $100,000. I went and cross-referenced the library's budget presentation. I didn't see anything that really could tie that together with a specific project under the library. So I'm just curious to learn more about that reserve or that transfer, sorry.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Sorry, can we have a page number, please?
140. It's the same one where, yeah, it haven't changed yet. It's towards the top.
Thank you for that. Ms. Fox?
First off, I want to give Ms. Howarth an opportunity if she would like to speak to this instead of me. We both have information on this, but because it's her department, I would like to give her that opportunity.
Ms. Fox, or sorry, Ms. Howard.
Sure. So yes, there's a couple, there's in the operating part of the budget, you'll see that there's 70,000 from their reserve allocated toward one-time projects, and then the 100,000 toward capital projects. And that prevents the necessity for them to come back to council to access their reserve money. As per the library's act, they're that independent governing board that we're their banker, as opposed to their decision maker on how they allocate money from and to their reserves. So this is the first year that we've tried to represent it that way, because every year it kind of gets a little bit convoluted and lost in the shuffle. So I think other than that, I'll pass it over to Ms. Fox to see if there's anything else she wants to do to round that response off.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. I don't really have anything more to say than what Ms. Howard's done. We're trying to support the library in being able to access their reserve and not require a budget amendment from council. So we're respecting the library authority and the town of Hinton council processes under the MGA.
So if I could just clarify, Mr. Chair. So basically it's the library is requesting to have that amount of money that is under their control rather than town control, and that gets voted on and supported by their board.
Ms. Fox?
I would say it was our suggestion as administration to remove the red tape around them accessing their own reserve funds.
Councilor Nelson?
I'm okay I was just looking for kind of a yes or no, because it just creates more questions around what it's for. So I think I'm good for now, as long as it's something that their board is approving, and we're just the kind of administrative body of that. That's fine with me. It's not really our role as council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Councilor Hawes?
Yeah, thank you. To clarify, the answer is yes. We as the library board, those reserves, the spending of those reserves are still going to be at board of decision. But as Ms. Fox alluded to, it avoids the red tape. We had no access to our reserves unless we went to council to ask for those reserves, which then unfortunately would, be amendment to the budget as well. So this way, we have access to it, and it doesn't get spent until there's a board decision made. So hopefully that clarifies that monies as well.
Thank you, Councilor Hawes. Council? I had one question regarding the fire truck replacement. Doing the math, it looks like we've invested, I think the majority of the money was a deposit of close to $125,000. Any information on the specifics of monies already spent on this, and a little bit of information on the the fire truck moving forward on timelines, when this will be, finalize the purchase? Any information regarding that? Administration?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I will defer to Chief Martins.
Fire Chief.
Council, so you are correct. The deposit was put down. The process has started because it's a custom build fire truck. We put the deposit down, and the fire truck is currently has wheels and a chassis right now. And then we're hoping from the time when we started, it's a 368-day build, or somewhere in that range. So we're hoping, September next year for completion, somewhere in there.
Okay, thank you for that. Just to follow up, because it's probably a question that I've been asked a handful of times in the last week. Any possibility this is delayed, or if not, any reasons for that, and if so, any context on is this a done deal, and if so, why?
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the council. So as far as when you build a custom truck, you have a slot that you're in, and if we would back out now, we would lose that deposit. And I'm not sure, I'd have to look at the actual written in our contract. And then we would be put in, I guess, we wouldn't be given a slot until we make a decision again, which would delay it again, probably another 2 years. The truck that we're replacing currently is over 20 years old, which is no longer considered a frontline engine for that vehicle. So it affects how we respond. Also, that truck that we're replacing currently also failed its pump test. So that's another reason why I would not recommend delaying this truck moving forward. We are currently not using it as a frontline engine. It is strictly a backup engine for the community. This is our town engine that we're replacing. So I'd have to look at the details of backing out of a custom engine, but I couldn't tell you that offhand.
Thank you for that. And the only reason I ask is, in hindsight, I regret not making this an RFD in the past. And if that's valuable information, it's the first time I heard that the pump test failed. Those are things that we can communicate as elected officials to our constituents about why this is important. So I don't know if there's an appetite to get an information update in 2021 from the council's perspective, but this is something that I think if we can communicate better with the community on saying this is why the truck, it's mandated that every 20 years, the previous truck the current truck is failing tests. These are things that we can sell. So those are the reasons I asked those questions, but thanks for the response, Fire Chief. I have Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I was just going to ask Mr. Martins similar questions about, now I knew about the pump test, but, and that being said, changing out the pump tests or the pump or whatever's required to get it up to code at this point over 20 years wouldn't be a financiable, reasonable option, I'm guessing, just to the age of the truck. Is that correct, Mr. Martins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the council. So it's not as easy as just changing out the pump with a 20-year truck. Basically, then the whole truck is put under the same requirements as what the new truck would. So we have to redo all the tests and has to pass factory testing from like a brand new truck would. So we could be looking at $400,000 to $500,000 just to put a pump in that truck, which we'd only get an additional 2 years out of. So then at 25 years, you can't even use it as a backup truck. And that's what we're currently using it now. So by the time this truck arrives here, we'll be about 23 years. So we'll be pretty close even to use it as a backup truck.
Thank you. And this truck, if I may, Mr. Michaels, this truck that we're getting is no real different than what we already have. It's just a new truck, right? So we're not changing anything about services or anything. Is it just across the board same truck?
That is correct. We've matched the exact water capabilities to the truck we have. The pump size, it carries one extra person, but that was to match the other two trucks that we currently have purchased. So it's exactly the same. So which will hopefully, when the mechanics work on them, it'll bring down our costs when they're working on all three trucks.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Martins. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Haas and Fire Chief Martins. Council. Councillor Nelson. Oh, you're muted, Councillor Nelson.
Oh, 20% of the time. Same page, Maxwell Lake Bridge rehabilitation. Where is the COVID-19 resilience fund reflected in revenues?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. 1 second, and I will defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm getting you the most correct information. 215,000 of the 320,000 is from the grant program.
So, and where in the document is it shown in as a revenue?
Just trying to understand the question. So it wouldn't be shown in the operating budget. So it is in the capital plan itself. So we don't show the capital plan the same way we do the operating plan. So if we reflected financial statements for the capital plan, you would see a capital expenditure of $320,000. Reserve transfers to cover the difference between the grant revenue of 215. So financially, we account for the revenue coming in of 215 and the transfers from reserves as revenue in to cover off the expense of the $320,000. But we don't present that information in that way to council, or we have not up to this point.
Okay, I might at a future time have a couple more questions. Just seems like anything that there'd be an expenditure for 2021, that there would also be the corresponding revenue somewhere or transfer somewhere. So probably something that's been happening forever, and I just don't necessarily understand the accounting procedure well enough, but not something that really impacts any decisions around budget. So thank you.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor, through the council. So just to clarify, we're showing you that how the capital item is being paid for, just not in detail, and we don't show you a financial statement that reflects revenues and expenditures the way you see the operating budget. So it's an accounting transaction, and when we say that it's being paid for from somewhere, it obviously, when an expenditure occurs, it has to be paid for somehow. So it just is not reflecting in a statement the way you'd like to see it, but that isn't the way the town has presented the capital plan up to this point. So you'll just have to trust that the financial accounting and the audit ensure that those financial processes are happening in the background.
So just to quickly summarize, if we looked at the reserve transfers, we would see the 215,000 in a reserve transfer tied to this if requested, or if we looked at that would state it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. If council wanted to see a financial statement presentation of capital showing revenues and expenditures, you would see just that.
Thank you for, good dialogue. I think this could help us in the future better understand the allocation of these funds. Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, and just so understand the breakdown of 215 and I guess 105, where is that reflected then? So again, if we're going back looking at financial statements versus our budget, but our budget doesn't show the breakdown of the reserve and the grant, how would we trigger that accountability?
Ms. Fox?
Thank you. You would have to request a change in the way that capital is being presented to council.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Councillor Nelson. Council. I have Councillor Magoon. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on that because it's the same item. So in talking about the bridge rehabilitation, the first question would be centered around requests for decision and council having input on that item. I just need to confirm this particular budget item, before any work proceeds, will this be in front of council before anything is spent on this particular item?
CAO Olson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Michaels. That direction was provided to administration in the previous budget, and that's the intention.
Perfect. And so, Mr. Mayor, if I could carry on with a question related to that, then I also need clarification on the grant funding amount. So the grant funding amount we're talking about is $215,000, meaning that the remainder of that is not earmarked from grants.
CAO Olson.
Thank you. I'll just provide the clarification. It's 252,000, not 215. And for the remainder of that question, I'll pass it on to Ms. Fox.
Ms. Fox.
Could I get Councillor Magoon just to repeat his question for me? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to confirm, $252,000 of that bridge rehabilitation line item is grant funding. The remainder of that, sorry, whatever the difference is, 100 and sorry, I'll just look here. So yeah, of the 320,000, 252 is grant based, leaving let's see here, 60, what is that, 68,000 remaining? Or does that that's coming out of reserves?
Correct. That's coming from the Roads and Streets Reserve.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, if I could make a motion, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to move that line item, the Maxwell Lake Bridge Rehabilitation line item, be changed to reflect $252,000 to come from grant funding. And if I could speak to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is one of those items where having learned, to be quite frank, having dealt with this issue from past budgets, this is an area where I'm completely content to see that project move forward from grant funding. But to move beyond the scope of that grant funding at this point in time, I hesitate on. Just to be quite frank, I'm willing to look at it as a possibility, but as far as budgeting goes, this is an ongoing problem for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to go to CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just some clarification. It was not a grant used on its own. It was had a matching component. So the amounts that are included in the budget that are contributed from the town are required for the use of that money. So if we do not move forward, we cannot use the grant for that project.
Councillor Magoon, any?
Well, then I'll withdraw and then reconsider my TAC for this particular line item. So if council is good enough to grant me that consideration, I'd like to withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, any objections to the motion to withdraw? Seeing none, motion is withdraw. Thank you, administration and Councillor Magoon. Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, building off of that, I had similar concerns. One of my questions is whether there was a matching component that required it. But what was the justification for utilizing the Roads and Streets Reserve rather than the Parks Reserve? It just seems like it comes from a really strange fund unless we're planning on using it as a road, which starts a conversation we probably don't want to have.
Administration,
So I'll move to Ms. Fox.
Ms. Fox.
I'll do my best to answer. Definitely provide guidance on where the funds come from. Each of the directors is responsible to put their projects forward with the required amount of funding. At the time that we were working on the budget, the Parks Reserve was one of those reserves that had very minimal amounts of funding in it. And we have to make sure that whatever we put into the Parks Reserve will fund future projects coming out of it. So sometimes if we're challenged to ensure that we can fund a 5-year plan from that reserve, we have to look to other sources to be able to offset the costs. Roads and Streets Reserve was the one that was targeted here. I can't give more of an explanation of that at this time.
Yeah, if I could follow up, I appreciate the level of aggression that administration is going after grants with. I do think we should be wary of what we're chasing after and making sure that it fits in with what we're doing. There's still been no recommendation from the Beaver Boardwalk Committee or a decision by council on where we see the future of the boardwalk and the bridge, nor have we completed our Maxwell Lake outline plan. So I just hope that the grants that we're chasing are supporting what we want to do long term, not just chasing after things because there's a grant available for them. So I'm looking forward to this coming forward as a request for decision. And I think at that time, there'll probably be a lot of questions to ensure that we're utilizing our funds in the best way possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Councillor Nelson.
Same page, the streetlight rehab. I had a question. It says it's funded through the ATE reserve, but I don't believe the ATE reserve can be used for maintenance and rehabilitation based on the policy.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Historically, the town has funded these upgrades through the ATE reserve under the component of safety.
Yeah, I guess, is this the end of the streetlights, or are we expecting more in future years?
Administration.
I'll look to Mr. Voloshin.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. The streetlights along Highway 16, as you're aware, these are the ones that we're talking about. Fortis looks after all the other ones that it's included in their maintenance fee that the town pays. So there's about 85 that Alberta Transportation owns on the old streetlights, and I'll call it from Timber Lane to the east or to the west, all towards the mall. And then the new lights that were put on from Timber Lane east towards the Fleming and Brockhart intersection. Those are new, those are all LED lights. There are some existing, I think I counted about 18 and 12, 30 lights still under the old sodium lights. And all those poles that I'm talking about, so it'd be about 115, all could be painted along Highway 16 for aesthetics. And it's also corrosion wise, you get more lifetime if you do that. And if you don't paint that first 10 feet up the pole, they will just corrode and then they're going to be required to be replaced sooner.
Yeah, if I can follow up there, I don't have any issue with the project itself. I just don't think it fits within the policy that council delivered for ATE funds. It talks about safety initiatives and special projects only. To me, fixing lights is not a special project. And, you know, when we're talking about community safety and community initiatives and special projects, it just, again, doesn't seem to fit there for me. So I'll let that one rest with me for a little bit and you know, potentially circle back in the future. But I want to see those ATE funds used for community projects, especially as it continues to dwindle and dwindle more and more, not used for ongoing maintenance of things that the municipality is ultimately responsible for. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Your Worship. If it's okay with council, I'd like to actually move on to the next page, 141. I have some questions on that page, but if anybody has anything on 140, I'll wait. Just
It's
for
okay.
order's sake.
We can go back and forth too also. So I have no one else in queue at the moment. So
Thank you, Your Worship. Then I do have a question for administration regarding the pool locker replacement and hot tub drains and jets. Now, my understanding is that the vast majority of the 2020 budget was spent on the hot tub drains and jets, with the carry forward essentially focusing on pool locker replacement, and that the source of funding indicated is the gas tax. My question to administration is that if it was the will of council, could that amount that's earmarked for the pool lockers, approximately $100,000, coming from the gas tax, be directed instead to the rec center construction reserve from the gas tax? Is there any issue with that?
administration.
I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, CAO Olson through to council. So gas tax is received and has to be accounted for as deferred revenue and is not allowed to be utilized unless it's appropriated to a project. So the only time gas tax comes out of being a deferred revenue is when it's allocated to a project. So we cannot reallocate monies that we allocated to a project and place that money into a reserve fund.
Can I guess, follow up on that? Because I have the same train of thought. Albeit we couldn't put it into our reserves, we could allocate a different project that's funded in 2021 by reserves, correct? If it falls within the criteria, of course.
Yeah, if it falls within the gas tax criteria and you would like that money used and put towards another project, that's your prerogative. Yeah.
Thanks for that clarity. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, essentially, if I could share my train of thought, as it were, with council. However, we have to do the accounting side of things with the gas tax. What I'd like to see happen is that $100,000 that was initially intended for the pool lockers, to have that amount of funding end up in our construction reserve, because ultimately I think that's the end goal. I really want to see this council make some strategic decisions in the upcoming months to seeing the rec center project move forward. And I think having more money into that construction reserve is a good place to put it. And, we've certainly been battering around some ideas about that. And so, however we can make that happen, I'd like to see that happen. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, what I'll do is, we've been going on for an hour and 45. We'll take a 7-minute break. I'll give everyone a moment to refresh and kind of reset for the second leg of this. And we'll reconvene at 5:53. Hello, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this meeting at 6:54. And with that, council, any questions? Theo Olson.
Kind of reset for the second leg of this, and we'll reconvene at 5:53. Hello, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this meeting at 6:54. And with that, council, any questions?
Ms. Anderson, if we can just get you to close that window.
Theo Olson.
Just need just a second. Okay, I think that's cleared up. Thank you, Mayor Michaels. With the discussion around the lockers item, I just wanted to provide a little bit of information for council, kind of stemming from when this came up at first look at budget. So there is a report that council had asked on this item to come forward before any money had been spent. And just some information that was shared with me from Mr. Washington. The lockers have been on the capital plan for a couple of years and have been deferred and are considered to be a bit of a safety item for customers. That, as stated in the previous budget discussion, the lockers can easily be transferred to a new aquatic center if built in the next couple of years or whenever it is does move forward. There's the safety issue includes patrons slipping and cutting themselves on the lockers is because they can be sharp and rusty. So I just wanted to provide that information. And again, a report was requested by council to come forward before this moved forward. And we intend to do so in the new year as well.
Thank you, CEO Olson. With that, I'll give an opportunity. Councillor Magoon, did you want to speak to that, or have you next?
Yeah, and really, thank you, Your Worship. And I guess it's just an extension of that. So building off of our previous conversation, if it was the will of council, is it possible then to essentially apply that $100,000 that's earmarked for the pool locker replacement to an existing project within the capital budget, and then have that $100,000 available to go as directed by council?
CEO Olson.
Thank you. I'll move to Ms. Fox.
So the budget process itself, I know it can be confusing as we identify the reserve that we're going to pay for something out of. But if you don't use it, it just stays in the reserve that it was going to be taken out of. So in the case where it's gas tax, if you want to allocate us to take that gas tax and apply it to another project so that that other project doesn't have to take money out of the reserve, that's your prerogative. I would remind council that the five-year capital plan process is a process that is undertaken over a 2 to 3 month period to ensure appropriate funding of all capital in the 5-year plan. So all the money in the reserves is typically spoken for other than the balance remaining at the end. So yes, you can reallocate funds if you don't use them to other projects if you like.
Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I guess my follow-up on that, I just want to clarify, don't want to misinterpret the last meeting with this one, but there is a report that is coming regarding the lockers. So I think at that time we could have a better understanding of maybe allocating those funds in the new year when that report comes. Then we can maybe iron that out. I don't know if that's the ultimate goal of Councillor Magoon there, but I could see myself supporting that also in the new year. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I've been trying to find an appropriate time to state this. So at the last meeting, council directed administration prior to spending from any of these projects to bring a report. Beaver Boardwalk, Maxwell Lake Bridge, Scout Hall decommissioning, greenhouse training building, commercial bin replacement, and pool locker replacement. Those are the ones I have on note. And typically, we have that direction from council, and we know that we have to bring those reports back before any spending occurs. So you still have that control. And our budgeting process hasn't changed. If the scope of what we've presented to you changes, it is expected by administration to bring a report to council for approval for any out of scope capital project.
Okay, thank you for that. Council. Anything further on this section? Councillor Nelson.
Just looking for clarification on the CN Drinnan Road crossing rehab, which is on page 143 towards the top. When we were doing our financial approvals 2 weeks ago, it was confirmed that there was zero cost associated with this project, but now it's back in the budget for $50,000. So just curious where that stands, or if it is probably easier just to make a motion for a request for information or something.
CEO Olson,
Thank you. I will move to Mr. Voloshin.
Mr.
Thank you,
Wallach.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This past year, CN did do some work in there. We were expecting them to replace the tracks with the concrete that it sits in. They did not do that. They just did a temporary repair. One of our transportation supervisors met with CN and they said it's probably going to come early in the next year, sometime during the year. And we are responsible, as per the agreement, to replace the crossing. And last time I did this was, I think in about 2012, somewhere around there, we had to replace the whole blocks. And so the material, we're responsible for replacing, and they install it free of charge. Then we got to pay for the paving repair.
Yeah, my question wasn't really towards the project at all. It was just confirmed that there'd be zero cost, and it's a carry forward project of that. So again, probably nothing material to this budget, but if it wasn't accounted for last year and is showing as a carry forward, there's a gap somewhere in there for me.
You're correct. It is a carry forward of 50,000 from this year, which was approved in the 2020 budget, and we're carrying forward to 2021.
Yeah, I guess that's where the confusion is because it was communicated that there was no budget allocated to that expected for the 2020. So if it's 50, I'll leave it at that. And if I feel like I need more information in the future, I'll make a motion for something to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, Ms. Fox.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify that I made that error during the last budget presentation. Without the Director of Infrastructure Services President, I probably spoke too quickly. I saw that it was zeroed out, and that was due to an error in the document.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Council, and I have no one in the queue. Councillor Nelson.
Sticking with the same page, the Pumps in Switzer booster station, it was $100,000 in draft one, from what I recall, and is now at 290. So I'm just curious where that difference comes from.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The original amount in 2020 approved budget was $400,000. By the time we did the engineering and design with COVID, et cetera, in the summer, we got the design, we put out a tender, and we realized that the pumps would take 16, 18 weeks. We just got the pumps here last week, and that's $65,000. So the contract was another $125,000 to install the pumps and the piping that has to be changed, and that's going to be a carry forward into the 2021 budget. And so the original $400,000, we are spending about $105,000 this year, and the rest will be carried forward into 2021 to complete the project. There's also a section of dead end pipe that has to be replaced there for, I'll call it cross connection. So there's no extra money, it's just carrying forward the $400,000 that's not spent in 2020.
Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, it was just like the difference between draft one and draft two. It wasn't spoken to, and it's a pretty significant dollar amount. So that sounds great. Thank you.
Perfect. Council, anything further? Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, through to Council. So just to ensure the appropriate understanding of carry forwards, due to it not being the year end, carry forward amounts are subject to change. They're based on approval of budgets from 2020. And as presented at the beginning, the changes between the draft one and draft two has accounted for updated information that we are aware of in carry forward amounts. So those amounts have changed. We've not spoke to them project by project, but carry forward amounts do not require further budget approval of council, and numbers have changed within the budget document.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Good.
Councillor Nelson.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. It's there's multiple things, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm doing my best to follow along and make sure that I've covered off my role as an elected official and making sure I understand what is within the budget document. And so I would just respect the opportunity to continue to ask questions that have material consequences from what I understand in the budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Council, anything further for this section? Seeing none, I'll hand it over to CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So at this point, if there are no further questions on the capital plan, we could entertain or move right into, it's not my role, move into looking at the recommended actions. Council's comfortable providing some direction to administration on the capital plan. That would be the preferred next step before moving into operating.
Councilor Nelson.
Yeah, I did have one more, and it's a similar carry forward section. It's on page 144 under public works and equipment upgrades. So there's a tandem truck and a grader unit for $235,000 and $380,000 that weren't in draft one either. And I asked when we started the very beginning with infrastructure why there was a significant dollar amount difference, so that I was hoping I didn't have to ask each individual one, but I would just like an update on why these have changed from draft one to draft two. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Woloshyn, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I believe the amount of money that was approved in the 2020 budget was $380,000 for the grader. Don't quote me exactly. I don't have the number in front of me. We put the order in. We had a 3 or 4 tenders submitted, and the one that was the best value for the organization, we did order back in, I believe it was early October, and it will not be here now at the end of January. So the money will be carried forward into the 2021 again to pay for that. There's no additional funds required.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Woloshyn.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Mr. Woloshyn. Council? If not, then are we comfortable going to the recommended actions or anything further? Councilor Nelson?
Yeah, the only one, and I'm not going to get into any great detail of it, but in quite a few cases where the design costs were brought into the actual projects, the total dollar amount of those departments and years changed. And we were kind of told it was a formula. So I'm just curious why a total dollar amount would change when we just move around how things are accounted for.
CAO Olson.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Council or Mayor through to Council. The directors typically go in and make the additions and changes to their capital projects as they deem fit. We did the best without the Director of Infrastructure Services available to allocate the amounts appropriately based on the project, but in some cases that was hard because there were actual design costs known for some of them and estimates estimated on other ones. So the overall amount change shouldn't have been overly material. We did our best without that infrastructure present to allocate those amounts appropriately.
Yeah, and just for context, there's some things that, you know, on a $1.4 million budget, you're talking 20, 30 grand. So not necessarily material as a percentage wise, but, you know, if it's 50, 60 grand as a document, that's, you know, potentially 0.5% of taxation. So I think something that as we look forward to future years, the way, you know, keeping the counting the same from the beginning probably makes a little bit easier on our end, but I'm not going to panic too much about the kind of individual sections and the dollar amounts that they've changed between draft one and now. So thank you.
Thank you, Administration and Councilor Nelson. Council? Anything further? If not, CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. At this time, if there's no direction provided on the capital budget. There were a couple of pieces within that recommended action that we were seeking for tonight, including the approval of the capital budget and the 21 to 25 5-year capital plans presented. We can move into operating from here if there's no further discussion or direction.
So council, any direction? And if not, I think we can move into operations. Any appetite for directions, Councillor Nelson?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I do have one other quite material capital question. Just the way the document's split up, it's on the very, very last chunk of it, page 146. I have notes in about 100 different places on this thing, so I apologize. So on towards the bottom of 146, the server replacement is a 2022 budgeted item of 139,650, and in draft one it was a 2020 carry forward of 133 plus 139,650. So of a total project cost of 273. Does it just mean we've now, in the last couple weeks, installed and expended the 2020 budget?
Administration.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you. No, no server has been installed in 2020. No change has been made, maybe just in the clarification of understanding the way the information was presented. It was a server replacement item that was deferred through the presentation of the material on COVID. No server was put forward, and a carry forward of that project was put off to 2022. So I think when, if memory serves me correctly, there was an error in the total estimated amount column, but the overall budget for the 2022 project hasn't changed.
Okay, I guess I'll leave it for now. If council wants to approve a capital budget tonight, that's one that I might need a little bit more clarification on if we're looking to approve it tonight in its entirety, but otherwise I'll leave it for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Okay, council, any other direction? Otherwise, we'll move into operations. And seeing none, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So not too much introduction into operations. Some of the major changes and previous council directions been incorporated into this version of the budget. At this time, we can move similarly through departments or through pages within the budget package to support council questions and any direction that is desired.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Before we start with a particular department, I'll open it up to council if they have anything in particular they'd want to ask. Otherwise, we'll go in an organized manner. Council, anything that they'd want to ask now? If not, CEO Olson, what department would you like to start with?
So it may make sense to move through the budget document, beginning with any overall questions and then moving into Mayor and Council, Public Relations, CAO office, and moving through as it's laid out.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, just a brief question, Mr. Mayor. Are we looking to save any potential motions until the complete presentation, or are we comfortable bringing them forward section by section?
It's my understanding, if I heard CEO Olson correctly, there's really not much of a presentation for these each department, or CEO Olson?
Yes, that's correct. We've given the overview of changes from the budget presentation, the in-depth presentation that we did in November. So at this point, we wanted to provide as much time to council to deliberate and restate information that we've already shared.
Thank you for that. Well, if that's the case, Councilor Magoon, the floor is yours.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, all the pop-ups, it's hard to hit that unmute button. Yeah, what I'd like to do is make a motion. And Wendy, I'll just give it a second. And I just need to get up the mayor and council section. Sorry, I want to make sure I have the right numbers here. There we go. That the mayor and council operating budget for 2021 be changed to reflect a total of $330,069. And if I could just speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll be really honest, I'm open to the total amount. I know some fellow councilors and I were batting around these ideas of decreasing certain areas. Mayor and council covering wages, travel, conferences, all those sorts of costs due to the age of COVID. I'm certainly open and willing to discuss reducing this area. And so I'd like to sort of start the ball rolling talking about this. Again, I'm certainly amenable to discussing or modifying the total, and wanted to get a feel for what council's feelings as a whole were. And I thought that this was a reasonable starting place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Councilor Nelson.
I support the concept. I actually think the dollar amount, I think we could probably do substantially more than that. If FCM is canceled this year, and whether it's canceled or not, I'm not sure how much expenditures would go towards it. Understanding that those of us that booked last year have already paid for parts of it, and those are sitting in a travel bank. So regardless, the costs of FCM would be down. We've reduced meetings by one a month, which just in itself, that's, $875 a month times 7. Like, to me, we could probably get that down to 300 by doing, slightly different things. And, we're not doing hotels, we're not driving everywhere. So to me, that's a 20 grand off of that is a super easy number to hit. So I'll support that, but I'd also support an amendment with a higher decrease than that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. I have Councilor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a question for admin. Of that budgeted amount, how much of it is actually allocated to training, travel, things of that nature?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, to Councilor Waugh. I believe Ms. Fox can pull that information up through our financial analytics system to provide the total amount. I'm trying to fill the airspace while she does provide that for us.
Ms. Fox?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, you'll just have to give me a few moments here to bring up the information.
I guess I'll try and fill some airspace too then. The reason I'm asking that is because although I think it's well within our purview to control our spending, and a lot of travel likely is in our near future, there is going to be an incoming council in October that will require orientation, training, and there will be costs associated with some of that. I think we can all recall just how many meetings we had in our first 3-4 months. So I just want to be cognizant of that.
Ms. Fox?
All right, so for budget 2021, the combined total for travel between mayor and council is about $17,000. Training is $21,000.
Mr. Councillor Wah? Any, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would I be able to see the motion again? I want to get the dollar amount that Councillor Magoon proposed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wah. Before I go to Councillor Hawes, I guess my question is, are these projections based on a typical year, or as Councillor Nelson alluded to, and I think Councillor Magoon to some extent, with the lack of travel, the FCM and other conferences that are generally we're not attending, or if so, they're way less cost because we're not traveling, we're doing it via Zoom. Was that taken into account, or is it fair to say that we could chop 20,000 and that this was based on prior years? Ms. Fox?
A lot of the allocation is based on previous direction from council to allocate specific amounts per mayor and council. And some of it is based on historical spending.
So with that, I'll support this. I kind of have the same train of thought as Councillor Nelson, that you could chop even a bit more, but I think 20% is between 6 and 7% decrease, showing some fiscal responsibility and understanding the reality that we're just not, at least I would say the first quarter, we're not going to do any conferences. I foresee also based on provincial news that FCM and things of that nature won't be allowed because vaccines not going to the general public till at least September from what we're hearing. So I think 20,000 is easily achievable, and I'll support this. And with that, Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support it as well, but I don't think I'd support anything less because of what Councillor Wah mentioned too, with being an election year and, you know, being the fact that a new council coming in, and there is some expenses in regards to that, to orientation and training and things of that nature. So, and I do think there is still opportunity that, you know, via, or it won't be face-to-face, unfortunately, but there still is opportunity for training and different things via Zoom and virtual as well. So I would support the $20,000 reduction for sure. And, you know, I think that's a reasonable amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council? Anything further before I call to question? Seeing none, I will call to question. One moment here. That the mayor and council operating budget for 2021 be changed to reflect a total of $330,069. Oh, one moment. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Worship. I have another one. I'd like to make the motion that the operational expenditures under salaries, wages, and benefits reflected on page 30 of 166 for 2021 be changed to reflect a total of $11,620,180.93. And if I could just speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's essentially an operational wage, salaries, and benefits reduction of 1.5%. And again, this is another area where I was speaking to several other councillors looking for organizational efficiency. It's a tough year. It's tough on our citizens. It's tough on our organization. But that being said, one of the things that we're hearing very clearly in the streets is that we have to continue to look for efficiencies beyond some of those happy grants that have fallen our way. The most grant, our assessment pieces. And so in this case, what I'm looking to do is not dictate by department, because I don't think that's appropriate. We understand by going through COVID the first time, there were organizational efficiencies that administration found by not filling certain positions over certain lengths of time in certain departments. This would give administration that operational latitude, but also give them essentially the direction from council that we're looking to continue to seek those in going through, this lockdown and potentially some of the impacts to service that we'll see due to COVID moving forward. And I think 1.5% is quite reasonable. It's certainly less than what some of our local businesses and other organizations are suffering from. So again, it's tough. It's efficiency building, but it's an exercise that we have to go through. But it puts that into the hands of administration where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor, and I have Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I'm all for efficiencies and everything like that as well. I guess my only concern with this is administration has already cut $900,000 alone in wages, almost $1 million in wages. And I use the words of a person, in our administration, that we can cut the fat, but we're almost cutting into the bone, into the muscle. And I understand there is efficiencies there, and I think that there's a lot that has been done with this budget to find that. Not only the $900,000 in wages, but also I believe about $235,000 in service reductions. And I know that we're here to support our community and everything like that, but we're also here, we have an organization with individuals in it as well. And I don't want to see them suffer either. We have organizations suffering and everything, but I think that we've cut a lot this year. I think in total 1.57 million, and we've already done a little bit more this evening. So I'd have to hear from my fellow councillors, but I'd have to have a lot to sway me in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. CEO Olson.
Mayor Michaels, I'm happy to go last if there are other councillors in the queue.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Nelson. You're muted.
Of course I am. I appreciate the motion. There's some individual salary line items and questions. One that I know the community's brought up a lot to me is the $115,000 in non-union wage increases. And we could get into an exercise where we have a lot of really detailed conversations about each of those things and what they mean. I really appreciate where Councillor Magoon is coming from. This is likely an amount that can almost happen just because of where we're currently at. We have vacant director position. And I think there's a lot of ways to get there. And I think 1.5 is a pretty fair number, especially considering what's out there. And to me, this number, unless there's some sort of information that's completely new to me, I think this can be achieved without a major noticeable impact on service levels. So thank you. Thanks, Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple things I wanted to clarify. Again, I didn't get to write down the number proposed by Councillor Magoon. I was wondering if I could get that up on the screen just to start. 11.62. Okay, thank you. Secondly, Councillor Haas had mentioned that admin had cut, I think he said $900,000 in wages, and my math has $520,000. I was wondering if administration could clarify for me, please.
CEO Olson.
Thank you. I'll move to Ms. Fox, but to start with, that is the number that was cut. There were some additions through the 2021 budgets through the union negotiated increase. And then as well, the non-union increase. But if there's anything I'm missing, Ms. Fox, please chime in.
Yeah, thank you. The total of the 900,000 in wage reductions is coming from a reduction in development services wages, $180,000, park staff wages, $50,000, human resource wages, $137,000, RCMP.
Could a page maybe be provided? Then we can follow along on the document as well. Sorry.
That's page 17, Mayor Michaels.
Thank you for that. Ms. Fox?
Yeah, thank you. And the numbers I'm reading off combine to make that total. Youth program reduction, 112,000. Transit, Freedom Express position removed. Just trying to do this quickly for you. Just make sure I got them all. Our internet is working very slowly.
I wasn't really looking for a breakdown. Just to clarify, I'm just looking at page 30 and it says budget 2020, salaries, wages, and benefits, 12.318 million, and then budget 2021 is 11.797 million essentially. So would that be a net decrease in 521,000? Just to clarify.
Absolutely, it's a net decrease. So with all the wage position reductions, then on top of that was an increase, as Ms. Olson alluded to, of the union negotiated wage increase and the non-union supported wage increase and the benefits increase.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, before we go any further, I want to acknowledge the work that administration's done, incorporating those increases, those union increases and potential non-union increases, and still having a net reduction of $521,000 is pretty remarkable. So I want that acknowledged up front. And then secondly, I guess, instead of assuming that this could be easily handled, this reduction could be easily handled, I would like to hear from CAO Olson about what sort of measures that sort of additional reduction would require. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wassy. Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So we're looking at roughly $176,000 in additional reductions on top of what has already been achieved, without really having a strategy prepared or knowing exactly where to look. There are some vacancies, but there is additional support that's required to keep our operations and our service levels where they are. There is the non-union increase that's included in there, but I believe about 115,000. However, I do wish to put my support behind that. I understand it's been a difficult year. We've gone through the realignment of the organization and some of those structure changes, done our best to find those efficiencies and create a different structure and to continue to move in that direction. A lot of that work has resulted in the savings that we've seen here. We also have a number of people in our non-union employees who put a lot more than a lot of overtime that's unpaid, I would say, especially through COVID. And that was part of my opening, was just to give that indication to council that I acknowledge that what the staff has put in. So without really putting together a strategy and sifting through what's left, I can't really answer that question of exactly what would happen. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Watt, did you want to follow up?
Just one last comment. And with that being said, and with feedback from CAO Olson, I appreciate where Councillor Magoon's going with this motion, but I think it's a step too far, and I couldn't support this this level of reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. I have Councillor Stashik, then Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too want to commend administration for for seeing what council's will was at the beginning of the budget process and taking council's will and being able to move it forward, bringing us back a budget that amounts to a net 0% increase is commendable. I do also want to commend council for doing what they can to try and find places where we can even more additionally help lessen the impact on our citizens. But in light of the savings that administration's already found in wages, this one I'm not going to be able to support, although I'm more than happy to look at any other motions that council wants to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Hawes.
Actually, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. For myself, I think Councillor Nelson said it a few moments ago. I'd rather tackle this from a different page. Like if we're looking at the breakdown on page 17 in the non-unionized wage increases, I'd rather specify it there. So with that being said, I wouldn't support this specific motion, giving the latitude that it could come from a multitude of places. It could come from just, let's say the third wave of COVID hits harder and we have to cut. This doesn't speak to the salary increase. If we're gonna chop anything else out, I'd rather it be specific to giving direction to this or that. So for that reason, I wouldn't support this motion, but I look forward, as Councillor Stashik said, to any future motions that may allude to more specific things. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question that the operational expenditures under salaries, wages, and benefits reflected on page 30 of 166 for 2021 be changed to reflect a total of $11,620,180.93. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That was defeated. Council, anything further? Councillor Nelson.
Thanks. Understand it was mentioned in the changes that we were emailed, but the Beaver Boardwalk Committee expenses, they're under civic agencies and donations and scholarships. I'm assuming our other committee expenditures aren't under grants and scholarships. I'm just curious why that was pulled out and placed in that area.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor, through to council. The costs were separated out there specifically to be very transparent that that's where the dollar amounts land. They do land in the budget under public relations, not specific to civic agency funding, but it is under public relations costs. So I wanted to just make sure that it was transparent, that you could see that it was added. I could have just included it into the materials and costs of supplies.
Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just when it's broken out, it's specified within the civic agencies part. So I appreciate that we were able to kind of follow where it came from when it came out of capital. So nothing material there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council? Councillor Nelson.
I would like to move that, whenever you're ready, Wendy. Move that the hanging basket be funded from a new specific reserve with the corresponding most grant be used to offset taxation. And if I could speak to it, I think the and sorry for the dollar amount, I believe it's $28,860. I think the conversation was it would be great to have the baskets if there was a beautification grant or a community improvement grant or something more specific. And, you know, talking with other members of council in the community, utilizing COVID relief for hanging baskets probably wasn't what the intention was. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Magoon.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Nelson would consider a friendly amendment that it reflect the 2021 taxation year.
I would happily have that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make that amendment that the it reflect the 2021 taxation year.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon, and Councillor Nelson accepted that. Any issues with the new wording, Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, looks fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Ms. Anderson, if you could just switch it to the main screen, please. Sorry, thank you. Any, Councillor Ostashik?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate this motion coming forward, and I do support it too. I think the hanging baskets are great, and they're a nice beautification project for the town. But unfortunately, this year, I think any money that doesn't need to be spent on something should be reserved and put away for it to benefit our community in other ways, hanging tax relief. But I guess I would have a question for administration regarding the motion, and if the intent of it is being received in the wording of it, if it needs to be, I'm not sure if there needs to be some different wording that clarifies what type of grant it would be acceptable. This was already made in a motion before, and it specified grant, and the letter and the spirit, I think, were followed, and some grant money was found to apply to it, but I don't really think that was the intention of the most funding. So is there additional wording that needs to be in there to clarify that?
CO Olson?
Thank you, Mayor Michael. So I was seeking some clarification from council on this motion along that line, I suppose. The previous direction was clear to fund this only if a grant was available or could be found. So the use of the most grant money through 2021 was sort of the direction that administration had gone. Funding this out of a reserve, then a specific reserve, I just had some confusion about that. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. And Wendy, you can bring the motion back up, please, to take another look. Just as another point of information for council, the hanging baskets need to be purchased by mid-January, which is why we were looking to use that most grant as well, because it's going to be difficult to find money to pay for those hanging baskets over the next month through grant opportunities as well. This is also an operating expense that administration had put forward to be removed, as it had kind of effect on a few different areas within the budget. And it was just to be removed for the 2021 year. Due to COVID, yeah. So that was a COVID reduction, just to achieve the budget that was desired to be in the community services area.
Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I was just looking to administration for what they needed for clarification on the motion.
Perfect. Councillor Nelson?
I guess if I can follow up, and I think if I said reserve, I apologize. I was meaning new specific grant. In all reality, I don't know if it's overly a valid motion. If the motion to apply for a new grant ultimately renders the project dead, then the motion should probably better reflect that the hanging basket program be removed from the 2021 budget. It's more transparent, and it's not then asking administration in a span of a month to get a grant prepared, put out there, and approved. If it's not realistic, then I'd ask for council's permission to withdraw that motion and just make a motion to eliminate it.
So just to confirm, Councillor Nelson, you'd like to withdraw that motion?
If council's okay with it, yeah.
Council, any objection to withdrawing this motion? Seeing none, motion is withdrawn. And Councillor Nelson?
Yeah, so then I'd like to make a motion to remove the hanging basket program from the 2021 draft 2 budget, or budget, however it needs to look. I don't think I need to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. We have a motion on the floor. Council, any debate, questions? Ms. Anderson, if we could just move to the other screen. My apologies. Thanks. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I agree that, you know, from the most money, I don't agree with it coming from that. We have other, COVID is not done yet, and we, you know, to have as much money in that reserve as possible, to have that conversation before the end of March. However, I'm not sure removing it from it still would give a motion of not taking this from the most money, still giving the opportunity if a grant does come up. I mean, I'm not speaking for Councillor Race. However, she is not here, and I know that she felt passionate about this and was in agreement that if a grant were to come up to take. And so I don't know about removing it completely personally. I think if we could just maybe, you know, like I said, make a motion that it's not funded by the most, but still leave that opportunity open if there is something to come up before the end of January that, you know, that could be ordered. I'd be more amenable to that, but that's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, any debate or questions for the motion on the floor? Seeing none. I'll call to question to remove the hanging basket program from the 2021 draft 2 budget. Council, all those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Council, anyone else? Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Referring to page 17 of 166, it's just the 2020 versus 2021 operational budget changes. One of the things that's been introduced since we last saw budget was an increase in the Yellowhead County contribution of $246,078. And I just wanted to have some public discussion about where that stems from. And why that was used for tax deferral for this year, or if there was any consideration about putting that into our reserve. Thank you.
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So the process that administration follows year to year is to take the amounts that are received through the revenue sharing agreement from the current year as we're preparing budget, but the previous year. So what was seen in budget previous was the amounts received through 2019. We received the information late last week from the county that we would see an increase that was more material than we've seen before based on the revenue sharing formula. So we wanted to bring that information to council as soon as possible. Typically, we do not move any of the money from the revenue sharing agreement into reserves, and that's not a practice that we would have followed. We are receiving more than we anticipated. And the practice is to incorporate that into general revenue. And that's the practice that we followed for this.
We could follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
So just for clarification, this isn't just a one-time increase. This is something that's been calculated that will be ongoing.
Yes, Mayor Michael Studa, Councillor Waugh, we haven't seen something of an increase as large as this in recent years, but We confirmed with Yellowhead County that it's reasonable to be basing our budget on this amount moving into 2021 and beyond. So it's reflected moving forward. I will, if it's all right with council, defer to Ms. Fox. I think she had something in her throat there for a minute.
I did, thank you. Thank you, CAO Olson, through to council. Yeah, so the only addition I would make there is that as the county would say, there's never a guarantee to any of the funds that they provide us, and it fluctuates from year to year slightly. This year was due to an increase in their assessment base. And of course, just like municipal assessments, if they change, our funding arrangement changes. If it grows, we get more. If it decreases, we get less. If people fight their assessments and it goes down, we get less. So that will be taken into account each year as it has been. But we have followed the current practice of recognizing the revenue as it actually comes in.
Councillor Watt?
That's good for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Administration, Council? Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would have a follow-up question for that. Knowing that this has kind of been the way that it's been for the past several years in the agreement with Yellowhead County, but the fact that that could be changed at any time by a direction of Yellowhead County's council, is administration comfortable continuing to use that money as operating funds, knowing that it could disappear at some point or be significantly reduced or something could happen to it? And I'm not sure. I know there's other communities that use their revenue sharing money into a reserve that's then directed on how it can be taken out of the reserve and spent. That way it's de-risked by not counting on it as part of the capital, or as part of the operating budget. So I guess I'd just be looking for administration to speak to that if they've got any thoughts on it.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor, through to Councillor Stashik. Apparently my mouth is getting tired. If you go to page 38 of 166, the revenue from the cost sharing agreement is brought into this area that isn't really specified to a department. It doesn't mean that it isn't used in general operations, but a large portion of the money that's coming in here, like the franchise fees and the government transfers for operating, we do state that in a lot of cases, the support comes to our transfers to reserves from this area. It is 601 and half a dozen of another. Right now, we started showing the transfer of reserves under the particular department, but we're not allocating this revenue out to each of the departments at this time. So I get the hesitation and the fear. There's so many issues that we're trying to plug holes on across the board as far as our financials and water utility surpluses that we've been trying to tackle one at a time based in the current situation. So I'd say as a best practice, no, it's not good to build these funds, just like the franchise fee funds, into overall supporting general operations. However, an argument could be made that this is a revenue sharing agreement as franchise fees, and they actually could be attributed to the costs associated with the departments. So if they don't contribute to those anymore, that is affecting those direct services. So anyway, I talked myself in a circle there, but bottom line is yeah, right now, if we were to lose $2 million, our services are going to be affected. And we can attribute a lot of that revenue to supporting the costs of our different services that the county would use.
Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, thanks, administration. I appreciate the comments, and it's a much bigger conversation than we can have during a budget discussion, but maybe somewhere down the road, that's a conversation that council wants to have regarding that government transfer from Yellowhead County. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Waugh?
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons I brought it up. I had no intent of really playing around with this budget per se, but I think it's worthy of conversation to maybe cap, what we count on, and then the rest of it going into a dedicated reserve in future budgets. I think it's worthy of a discussion. I'd agree with Councillor Stashik. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Council? Councillor Nelson?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that the non-union wage increase be brought to council as a request for decision. Yeah, if I could speak to it briefly. I don't have any huge desire in getting into a philosophical conversation right now of whether that increase is right, wrong, should be all now, should be spread over multiple years, or whatever that looks like. I just look forward to a request for decisions so that we can understand the concept of it, how many positions it affects, and all of those things. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have one question for administration, just to clarify. The $115,000 would be allocated as a flat rounded increase to all management or all non-union wage positions, or is there anything else that speaks to the redistribution of these funds to individuals working for the town of Hinton?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So that's correct. It equates to roughly the same increase that the union negotiated amounts, only for the salaried staff. So it is distributed by position, roughly at a 2% cost of living increase. So that's how it's administered.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council? Councillor Stashik?
Just process-wise, so I can be assured that I understand it correctly. With this motion, the money stays in the budget then. If the budget's passed, it carries forward, and just before it's dispersed, it comes to council for decision. Is that correct?
CEO Olson?
That's correct. And should it move forward in this amount or any other amount, it would be retroactively applied to the beginning of the year.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. I'll be speaking in favor of this. I've struggled with an increase. I understand the great work. When we look at page 17 at the bottom, administration has done a wonderful job, but unemployment rate has went up 60% from November 2019 to 2020. I went to EDA. This is looking to go higher and higher. Many people are struggling. There's a food bank issue. A lot of people in our community are too afraid to use the food bank. Seriously, this is a real topic. So it's not to disvalue how hard our staff is working, but it's to really rationalize it with the struggles of our community. So I look forward to having this conversation and really finding out what that amount is. But I do want to make it clear, any appetite to change this amount is not due on the value of our residents, but it's really the idea of where our economy is, and that people literally are buying and living off their credit cards right now, and unemployment is just skyrocketing. So I think it's prudent for council to look at this a little bit more closely, and I look forward to a request for decision, and thank Councillor Nelson for bringing this forward. Council, anything further? Councillor Nelson.
Just a question on the retroactive piece. Would that be part of the motion from council, or would that be just automatic?
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. That could be clarified in a motion from council, but that on the whole, the money that is included in the budget is for the entire year. So looking at that amount, if that's what we're talking about, it would be retroactively applied then.
If I could, Mr. Chair, could I amend my motion to have a date no later than the end of February 2021 for the request for decision to come? And if I can speak to it, I wasn't really that concerned about a date, as I figured administration would probably bring it back relatively quickly. But with the funds being retroactive, without a date on it, it could be something that's brought back to not even our council, to the next council. So yeah, I just think if the concept is that it's retroactive, that we get it dealt with as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. The wording looks fine to you.
I don't see it, but I think it was fine. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions, further debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question. That the non-union wage increase be brought to council as a request for decision no later than February 28, 2021. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything further for this first section? And how are we doing? Anyone need a 5-minute bio break? Or do we want to go another 15, 20 minutes? Seeing nothing, we'll try to go one more section and then I'll call a break after that. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So we can move into the organizational department, beginning with the CAO department and then moving into corporate services. So CAO department, any questions or pieces of clarification or direction from council?
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Councillor Nelson.
I had a question on the operational projects. So that's page 39 of 166. It's listed as $100,000, which further on in the document, it speaks to those being human resources. It's like a legal contingency. When the document is finalized, how would the general public or even accountants know that an operational project is actually a legal contingency or an expected legal expense or budget?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Sorry, having trouble with my throat. It was separated out this way so that it was not buried under legal costs. And right now, to not affect year over year fluctuations in cost, some of those items are funded by transfers from reserves. I guess to specifically answer your question, we've identified it, we could put operational project dash legal, so it was easily identifiable on this document. That it's classified for administration as this, and that's how we know what it is. Yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah, I guess page 51 of 166 is where it breaks the different projects out. And I'm pretty sure it's listed. Yeah, it's human resource legal there. So it's broken out. So as long as that that part of the document is included in the final document, I think it's fine. It's easy enough to follow. I just wanted to confirm. I know when these go from draft to the pretty document, we lose some pages.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Okay, before we move on, last call, and we will go to corporate services. Seeing none, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Not much to highlight under corporate services. Aside from those increases, the 3% to benefits, I don't believe there are any other changes in this area. At this time, any questions or pieces of clarification from council?
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council? Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the legislative services transfer from reserves and then the changes to the expenditures as well, am I correct in assuming that the election costs and funds were moved out of council and into legislative services?
CEO Olson?
Thank you. That's correct, and my apologies for not highlighting that. That was something that was brought up during the last discussion and has been amended. So yes, that's for the election.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further? Seeing none, what would be the we'll move on to protective services as we're flying by through these. CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. We'll just open it up to questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, anything for protective services? Last call. And seeing none, CEO Olson.
Mayor Michaels, I guess moving on into RCMP, if there's any questions from council.
Council, any questions? Last call. Seeing none, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. We can move into development services. I do have Lorraine and Diana present to assist in answering any questions. Last time around, we had Mr. Vanna with us to assist in providing clarification to council. So any questions I may need to lead on those two for some support, but at this time, turn it over to council.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Councillor Nelson, then Councillor Waugh.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that the asset management planning project come to council for a request for decision around project and scope. And as far as the timeline, I'm really not that caught up about it. I'd leave that more to administration. But if I could speak to it, over the next 3 years, we have nearly $500,000 more going into asset management. I know at one point it was a $1.6 million project overall. And in many ways, it's far beyond the scope of many municipalities of our size. But that said, that 1.6 million could very well be a huge savings, and the 500,000 over 3 years could result in a huge savings. So I don't want to see it gone. I just want to make sure that we understand the scope and that that's money that we still see as well spent, and making sure that there's been confirmation of that project before the next election, because asset management can be one of those things that takes a few years to fully understand. So I think confirmation of that program before the next election would be good for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, and that's page 51 of 166. So it breaks out the development services operational projects. Sorry, guys.
Thank you for that clarification. And council, we have a motion on the floor, and I have Councillor Waugh.
I was just going to ask for the page number. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan or advocate, I think, for asset management, but I also too agree with this. It's not only for us as council to understand it, but I think also an opportunity for the public to understand what asset management means to our community, the benefits that it has, the potential cost savings I think that it can result in, and good decision making as well. So I think any opportunity that we can take to understand that program and offer that to our community, the better we are where we stand as well. So I'll be in support of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, any Further questions or debate regarding this motion? Seeing none, I'll call to question that the asset management planning project come to council for a request for decision around project and scope. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back on page 44 under development services, economic development, I see $107,000 for operational projects, and I was just wondering if we had any sort of idea about where that was going.
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So earlier in our conversation tonight, we talked about that Trans Mountain Pipeline grant for communication project. It's not the communication, but the education. So that's an error there, but that's the $50,000 under operational projects there. There's also the Travel Alberta Hotel Owners DMO project that's included, and I believe
Travel Alberta grant 26, yeah, Travel Alberta portion of that.
Okay, so I'm, if we can have a moment just to take a quick look to tally that up to the, there was a number of grant funded operational projects, which is why they're under the operational projects line and not funded from other areas of the economic development budget.
There is a $40,000 amount, $17,000 amount, and a $50,000 amount.
Okay. So Ms. Fox was just providing that clarification. I'm not sure if council could hear the $45,000 amount, $40,000 amount, $50,000 amount, and $17,000 amount, of which are captured on page 51.
30,000 of that is coming from grant funds, for sure. And another 67,000. So in total, $97,000 worth of grant funds.
So again, $97,000 worth of grant funds there. Councillor Waugh, did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh and administration. Councillor Nelson.
I'd like to make a motion as well. This is on that 51 of 166 again. Move that the landscape design and construction standards come to council as a request for decision. And if I could speak to it briefly.
Apologies, Councillor Nelson. Could you repeat that for?
The standards come as a report or a request for decision. And if I could speak to it, I don't really know what this is necessarily and how important it is. And I want to make sure that if we're spending $75,000 on a standards report or some sort of a plan, that it's going to support what we need to do in this calendar year and not make it more difficult for businesses to open or entrepreneurs to do their work or kind of whatever's involved in that. I want to make sure we're not adding more layers of bureaucracy at this moment. Understand that we have a lot of these design standards in place already. So if it's just updating, something slightly from what we have, I just don't know if 2021 is the best year to be doing that work. So I don't know enough about it to cancel it, but I don't know enough to be comfortable without having a report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have a question for administration. Any context on the 75,000 and what pertains to it?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Apologies, I'm the conductor of the orchestra behind the scenes here with some of the answers to questions and that sort of thing. Would you mind repeating you were looking for any additional comments from administration?
Yeah, just a little bit of context, because like many of these things, I can see the value in getting RFDs on some of this stuff, and then some maybe it's just a quick explanation on, how are these monies allocated, what do they pertain to, and that'll weigh heavily on whether I would support moving forward with this or not.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Appreciate that. I will call on Ms. Daly Beckford to support the explanation. Ms. Daly Beckford, thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, CEO Olson, to Councillor and Mayor. The landscaping standards is pretty much the specs for the parks, trails, and master plan document that we've already completed. So we've completed that document, but then there is the standards that comes to back up that document. So for example, the type of trees, the type of benches, everything that goes along with the overall document that we've already created. So that's the other side of the document, to have that complete parks and master plan.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Daly Beckford. Councillor Hawes?
Yeah, thank you for that. I have complete confidence in the land use bylaw and all these specs and everything. I've heard numerous times that administration is fully willing to work with any developers or anybody in regards to all these things, amenities, and knowing that. And I think this is a far too much detail that we need to know or work on, and that administration do. And if there's any concerns that come up during it, I just don't want to bog down administration with these reports as well. It sounds like we've already established that in many things, and I couldn't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I guess I have a follow-up to my own question now. If let's say we didn't move ahead with this, what kind of impact, like if we can, I just want to be able to explain to taxpayers, what if we don't do this? Like, can we still do part of our trails, or like, what is the direct impact? Is there something specific, or we absolutely need this in order to stamp anything done with parks, trails, benches? That I'm still struggling. So right now I'm actually kind of leaning with Councillor Nelson to see this, unless I kind of understand that a little bit better.
So thank you. I'll answer that question, Councillor. Sorry, Mayor. So just like the minimum design standards, we use that document for developers to be aligned with our outline plan and all the engineering aspects of doing development. Same thing applies with for landscaping when they're doing developments. If we don't have those standards in place, there is nothing for them to follow. And I'll take you back just a little bit further. For example, when we had the drainage issue on Bradwell Street, there is no standards in that document that applies to trails and what is it a developer should and shouldn't do. So in order to protect the town, these documents are pretty much very crucial.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to administration for the comments clarifying what the landscape design and construction standards will be used for. I won't be supporting the motion either. This appears to be an administrative task to bring some clarity and guidelines to developers and designers when they're working on projects for themselves or for the town. I believe it's necessary, and yeah, like I said, I don't think it's necessary for council to have their fingers in it. So I won't be supporting the request for decision motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council? Seeing none, I'll call to question. So move that the landscape design and construction standards come as a request for decision. Council? All those in favor? Opposed? And that was defeated, 3-3. Councilors Nelson, myself, and Councilor Magoon, 4. Council, anything further? Councilor Nelson.
Actually, I think I'll leave it for now. I feel like maybe it's under infrastructure, not development. So I'll leave it for now. Sorry.
No worries. Council, anything else for development? And seeing none, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Moving into community services, council has any items requiring clarification or additional information? Administration's attending further discussion.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Anything for community services? Seeing none. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Moving from community services. So I just, I guess to put it to council once more, community services, including family and community support services and transit. If there's any questions on that before we move into infrastructure.
Also, anything else, FCSS? Seeing none, we will go into infrastructure.
Thank you so much. So again, welcoming of any questions or further clarification needed.
Council, we're on page 48 of 166. Any questions? Councilor Nelson.
Yeah, I'm gonna just make a motion and see where it goes. This is maybe a little bit of a confusing one, Wendy, but I'll do my best here. I would like to move that $100,000 of transfers to reserves be decreased to coincide with the street sign project being budgeted for $100,000 more in the 2020 budget than the project required. So if I could speak to it, I asked the question a couple weeks ago and have gone through our approved capital budget from last year, our updated financial statements, and this project was budgeted at $240,000, but was only a $140,000 project. So we taxed or transferred to reserves an additional $100,000 that was not required to support the project. So I just like to see that not be transferred to reserves, and whether that ends up in a tax decrease or we repurpose it later on to bolster another reserve, then council can make that decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Councilor Waugh.
I guess before we go ahead with this, I just want to turn to administration and clarify if the mechanisms that Councilor Nelson described were actually the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Waugh. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, CEO Olson and Mayor through to council. When money is budgeted for in a capital project and not required, the money simply isn't taken out of the reserve if it's not required, so it stays there. Based on this motion, the 5-year capital plan will go into the negative for the roads and sidewalks major reserve in 2024.
We could follow up.
Yeah.
So the assumption that we taxed in 2020 for 240,000 is that isn't actually the case.
I'm sure you could spin it in a number of different ways. It's not how we budget. We don't directly relate the capital projects to the tax increase. If we did that, we would need far more transfers to reserves to support what we require. The transfers to reserves are obviously generated by a tax rate requirement. I can't say that it was directly related to the streetlights. It's just not how we budget, simply. So nothing was approved or dictated by administration in 2020 to tax to support the streetlights. Signs, sorry.
Okay, so it's not like the $100,000 is sitting out there unallocated towards something. It's then just been repurposed within the 5-year plan to fund something else?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Waugh. Council. We have a motion on the floor. Any further debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question to move that 100,000 of transfers to reserves be decreased to coincide with the, sorry, Wendy, you'd moved the page. I can't read the other side. Sorry.
Sorry, Mayor Michaels, we're having trouble hearing you a little bit in the room.
Oh, sorry. The screen moved as I was reading the motion. Now I can't see the motion. I don't know if Wendy can scroll to the other side.
Sure, give us 1 second. I'll just stop, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine on my screen, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. I'll move that 100,000 be transferred to reserves, be decreased to coincide with the street sign project being budgeted for 100,000 more in the 2020 budget than the project requires. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That was defeated. 4-2.
Apologies, Mayor Michaels. 1 second. Who was against?
4 was Councillor Magoon and Councillor Nelson.
No, Nelson. Thank you.
Council. Anything further? Infrastructure services? Being none, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Looking at facility and vehicle services, if there's any questions or clarification from council.
Council. Seeing none, and we can move on.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Utility Services Department.
Council, anything for Utility Services Department? Seeing none.
I'm not sure if you want to address the operational projects. Councillor Nelson kind of referred to them, but we could open it up for questions for everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. If nothing on utility services, we'll look at operational projects.
Council, anything for operational projects? See, oh, Councillor Magoon.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of information. Are we eventually going to be coming down to the reserve contributions as a specific area of discussion? If we are, I'll wait.
I think that would be open to any councillor to do so. I have obviously no objections. That would be my plan, that once we go through this, then it could be like almost like a round table if there's anything.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll wait until we hit it then. Thank you.
Okay. Council, anything for operational projects? And moving on, CEO Olson.
At this time, we can move into page 53, the reserve schedule.
So council, what I'll do is I'm going to call a 5-minute break. and we'll reconvene, get our heads ready for this. We'll reconvene at 7:35. Thank you.
And we'll reconvene, get our heads ready for this. We'll reconvene at 7:35.
I just want to point out, it does take Wendy a little bit of, Miss Anderson, a little bit of time to flip from the screen sharing. So as you're giving motions, if you would give her a little bit of time between, so she can prepare for you, that would be appreciated.
Councilor Magoon.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion that the rec center construction reserve budgeted contribution reflect a total of $120,000. And if I could just ask administration a question about that. Administration, my understanding is that the offset of the other $120,000 would essentially directly impact taxation without being overly stated. Is that correct?
Mayor Michaels, that is correct.
Mr. Mayor, could I speak to that then, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, again, looking for efficiencies where we can find them. This is an amount that is not essential to the project moving forward in this year. It is saved, as a number of my colleagues have pointed out, specifically for construction moving forward, and therefore it doesn't directly impact the promotion of the plan itself or the will of council in getting that plan off the ground. And in the case of this year, understanding the context of this year, this is a savings that can directly be applied to essentially the citizens on the street and how it impacts them, moving forward through the remainder of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Hawes.
Can I just see the motion again, please, if I could? And pardon me. So if I recall, if I may, and this is just if it needs friendly amendment, but this is an ongoing basis. So if we were to just add for the 2021 budget, so that in the next year, we are back to the 240 potentially, because I don't want to see, I only want to see this a one-time thing potentially, and deal with it next year, whatever comes. So that's just a friendly amendment suggestion. Thank you.
Councilor Magoon, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hawes and Magoon. And Councilor Magoon, if you can have a look at the change. You're good with that wording?
The rec center. Yeah, absolutely. Very clear. Thank you.
Council, we have a amended motion on the floor. Any questions? Councilor Nelson.
I have a procedural question, and then I'll kind of express my thoughts on it. Because it was a motion made to have an annual contribution of $240,000 a year, do we need to revisit that motion? Because ultimately making this decision goes against a prior motion of council.
CEO Olson.
Thank you. Ms. Randall.
Thank you. Yeah, we should probably rescind the prior motion before you make the new one, if that is the intention, because then there's two motions on, like, for the same thing. If that change is going to happen, the first motion should be rescinded. Our prior motion, whenever it was made.
Thank you, Ms. Rendell. I'll go back to Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to point out, I think, and correct me if it impacts anything, that original motion was made over a year ago. So I'm wondering, is there a necessity? First of all, was it made over a year ago? Second of all, if it was made over a year ago, do we need to rescind it?
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. That is correct that it was made well over a year ago. Ms. Rendell?
And did the motion state that it was for a certain time period or for how long that was to be for?
I have pasted it into the chat box. I had the minutes in front of me here. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you for that. If council. CEO Olson.
Mayor Michaels, as in the chat box, there wasn't a length of time, just that the reserve be established and have an annual contribution.
So if I may, for the sake of simplicity, perhaps if we can reword the motion to speak to a previous motion to say that the original amount of 240 be changed for the 2021 year to 120, and it speaks to that motion. That would be my suggestion from past experience, potentially. I don't know if Ms. Rendell or CEO Olson have any comments on that. If that's okay.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. That would be my understanding. Ms. Rendell, do you have anything to add?
No, that sounds good to me too.
Thank you.
So with that, Councillor Magoon, would you like to withdraw that motion and we'll start over?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, just for sake of cleaning this up, Council, any objections to withdrawing this motion? Seeing none, motion withdraw. Councillor Magoon, let's give it another crack here.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I could just get guidance from administration on this, because it's just one of those things we want to make sure is worded appropriately and in line with the MGA.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll look to Ms. Rendell to help guide this. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Olson. I would just basically say that to move that council direct administration to dedicate like the new amount we want to dedicate from just changing the annual contribution from 240 to the new amount, basically.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rendell. I'd like to move that council direct administration to establish a dedicated recreational facility construction reserve with an annual contribution of 120,000. And then if I could speak to that, Mr. Mayor. Mm-hmm. Just to clarify, in the spirit of what the intent is, looking forward to next year, it would be my hopes that we change, assuming that the impacts of COVID have certainly lessened, that annual contribution could be revisited and increased again to 240,000. My intention is that this would be a single year only. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Before I go to Councillor Stashik and then Hawes, I misheard, or I don't know, I'm interpreting what Ms. Rendell said to be a bit different than the motion on the floor. This one would be continuous until we revisit it again. So do we want to put wording in to indicate that it's simply for 2021 only? That's my only concern. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, I view that as a friendly amendment. I could, it could be amended to reflect 120,000 for the 2021 budget year, and then to continue moving forward with 240,000.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Yeah, I wanted to speak to the motion as it was worded. I think this motion needs some adjusting too. There's already a dedicated reserve. We're not establishing one. We're simply adjusting the contribution amount for a single year, if I'm understanding Councillor Magoon's intent correctly. And if that's the intent, I would support it. If it's changing it to $120,000 per year on an ongoing basis, I won't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, and to speak to that, I absolutely hear those comments. Again, that I would recommend that that we move to council direct administration to contribute $120,000 for the 2021 budget year to the dedicated recreation facility construction reserve and $240,000 per year moving forward from the 2022 budget. I think that cleans it up with the intention. And just to speak to Councillor Ostashek's concerns, absolutely. For my own intentions, this is a one-time only change.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Ostashek, anything follow up?
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashek. Councillor Hawes.
Thank you. The only thing I'm okay with it. I didn't like the wording before. That's why I raised my hand the first time. But that word annually, I liked in the previous version, because this one it's just saying 2021 $120,000, and then moving forward into 2022, it's $240,000. So I don't know if there's some way we can add an annual so that we're not again having to do this every year potentially. So I don't know if that's, I don't know, maybe I'm just mixing words, but I'm just thinking that annually kind of fixed that problem last time. But maybe this motion will do that. I guess I'd look at administration to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, CEO Olson, I think we understand the intent. This is to simply change 1 year's contribution from 240 to 120. Does the motion in front speak to that? And if not, or if there's something to add that could help better clarify that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I think the motion is clear as it's written.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Hawes, anything further?
Oh, that's everything. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Nelson.
I still don't understand how this doesn't overrule a previous motion that hasn't been revisited yet. We have a motion that was made with an annual contribution. So in order to change that annual contribution, like to decrease it by half, from what I understand, we would have to revisit that original motion that was made. I could be wrong, but that's how I understand it. Thank you.
Integrity of the original motion is still there.
CEO Olson.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, can you put the motion back on the screen? I think with a couple adjustments, it can to reduce instead of contribute, direct administration to reduce by 120,000. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. Actually, I should slow down. Apologies. So that's essentially what's missing, to reduce the approved annual contribution to the recreation facility construction reserve by 120,000 for the 2021 budget year. Councillor Nelson, does that sound right to you?
If I clarify, it doesn't, because our motion was specific to an annual contribution of $240,000. So to change that, I think we need to either revisit the motion or find that's just my take on how motions work that have been passed and have an annual contribution, is that they'd have to be revisited before they could be changed. If I'm mistaken, then so be it. But I think this one is no different than the previous one, where it just reflects a total of 120 and is a lot more simple. So thank you.
So if I may, I think the wording is getting much closer to what we need for this. I'd be okay to add something that reflects a motion from February 12, 2019, but to the point that we don't have to revisit motions if we make new ones. They can work in conjunction. We approve 5-year capital plans all the time. We don't revisit old budgets, old motions all the time. So as long as it speaks to the intent of it changing a previous motion, municipal governments don't practice rescinding every single motion. That would be painful, right? Like, so as long as it speaks to an original, another motion, they can coexist, to my knowledge. But again, I'll defer to Miss Rendell if she thinks that's not possible.
No, that is correct. As long as it's in there that you're reducing it from the annual contribution, it should be fine. If you wanted, like you said, you could put the date that motion was made in there.
If I could, I think the intent is there. If we're legislatively fine, I'm certainly not going to support whatever the motion is. We made an annual contribution because we realized the seriousness of the shortfall we would have whenever we wanted to build a rec center, and we know that's coming. To offset taxation by reducing savings for a facility that the community wants, to me is just misaligned from where we need to be. So I won't support it. If we're looking to save taxpayers money, then we should be doing it through operations, not on mortgaging the future rec center for for a little bit of one-time savings. There's year-over-year operational things that can be done to achieve the same thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, and I would certainly argue that $120,000 on a project that will range likely anywhere between 30 to 50, 60 million is I would argue not mortgaging the future. I think it's a matter of establishing our priorities for this year, given the context of this year. So respectfully, I disagree.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate? Councillor Watt.
Yeah, for me, this is a long-term game, and my fear is you reduce it 1 year, and I know these are unusual, unreal circumstances with COVID, but something like this is supposed to be building towards the future. And I agree with Councillor Nelson in the sense that if we wanted to really undertake some tax savings for the community, I would rather do it on an operational basis as opposed to something that's supposed to help lay a foundation for an important capital project down the road. Thank you.
Councillor Waugh. Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Yeah, I'm speaking in favor of the proposed motion. That's why when I spoke to it earlier, I was insistent that it was inclusive of only the 2021 budget year. I agree, this is something that we need to be saving for the future for, but I think that what we're going through right now with COVID and the challenges it's facing, it's unprecedented. If future council decides that they want to reduce it again, that's their prerogative. They're allowed to do that. I think this is our decision to make today. I think it can bring some significant relief without affecting service levels, which is something that when I spoke to earlier, expressing my appreciation to administration for the savings that they found, I forgot to include that they did it without significantly affecting service levels, which is something that I appreciate. This also accomplishes that. It gives some tax relief. It allows us to give back to the community and doesn't affect service levels. And because it's only, as defined in the motion, it's only for 1 year. Any future decision to change it is up to the council of the date. So I am supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. I'll be in favor of this. The key words, it's an unprecedented year. And to me, we hired a grant person. I think in 2021 and years further, we know that these facilities are funded via grants. So 120 isn't going to change, although I do respect the philosophy of if you don't put money in the bank, you're just not going to have the money there later. I get that. But I think we have to tackle the rec center from a different perspective, which is understanding that these generally are funded through provincial and federal funds these days. Municipalities just don't have the money to do 100% funding for rec centers. It's just money comes from other levels of government. We have to focus on that. And this is a tax relief in a year that we've never seen before, as Councillor Stashik alluded to. And I'm comfortable with doing that for 1 year and resetting after that. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, and just to speak on that, I think what would be far more effective in seeing this project move forward is to put operational funds towards a position, dedicated almost solely towards the moving forward of this project, rather than just, putting away 240,000 for a construction year over year, rather than address, the policy question of how do we move those gates forward. So if you really want to build it, then put some money into actually building it and moving the plan forward. Just, putting it into the construction fund is great. It puts money into a reserve. It doesn't actually move the goalpost forward. So for this particular year, I think, again, understanding that context, the citizens are better served, understanding the reality that they're facing on a day-to-day basis. And 1%, that's essentially what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Hawes.
Mayor Michaels, it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we called the meeting. We have 2 minutes. We called the meeting at 4:02. So if we could just deal with this motion, unless if the conversation continues, by all means. Council, anything further for this motion? Seeing none, I'll call to question. To move that council direct administration to reduce the approved annual contribution to the rec center facility construction reserve by 120,000 for the 2021 budget year. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried 4-2. And I'll entertain a motion to extend. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I make that motion to extend, please.
Thank you, Council. Council, any debate? Councillor Nelson.
I guess I had a question for my fellow councillors and administration. Do we think we're actually moving towards passing any of these budgets tonight? I'm always cognizant of moving forward when we hit 8 o'clock at night and people have had long days, and we've had recommendations in the past to not have meetings go late into the night, especially those ones of serious nature. So if council thinks we can actually get some budgets passed, then I would support it. But if not, I don't know that it makes a ton of sense, and we could quickly pass an interim and move on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So that is correct. We do need an interim budget passed before the end of the year. What is included in that, what that interim budget is based on is 2019's approved budget, which includes some of the items that were removed by council already. So including the flower basket program and that. So I just caution that we do need the interim budget and would be looking as well to discuss the capital to potentially approve that so that projects can get moving right out of the gate in 2021.
Thank you, CEO Olson. I have Councillor Stashik, then Magoon.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Personally, I don't think we're particularly far away from passing budgets, and it could feasibly happen tonight. But I think regardless, we're going to need some time to extend. We have to talk about capital budget, and we have to talk about an interim budget, even if there aren't budgets passed tonight. So in my opinion, we're going to have to extend for a period of time, at least anyway. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. And Councillor Magoon.
No, I'm good. Councillor Stashik said it best. Thank you.
Okay. Council, anything further on a motion to extend? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed. And with that, I forget where we were. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So I guess I'll turn it back to council if there's anything further that is requiring discussion or further direction. Once we've moved through the rest of the questions and that kind of portion, Ms. Fox has been working at tabulating where we are as far as the impacts that were made through decisions tonight. So as soon as we're ready, we can bring that up on the screen, and then we can start discussing some of the recommended actions and working through those remaining pieces. So I'll put it out to council. If there's any further questions on anything within the budget, please bring them forward. We're happy to help.
Thank you for that, CEO Olson. So on that note, I'll open it up to council for any other questions. Otherwise, we'll move forward with the summarization of some changes and having some dialogue with that. Or, like I said, I'll open it up for any other questions or comments at this time. Councillor Nelson.
So overall, I'm speaking directly to just capital. Overall, I'm relatively content with where capital is. There are a lot of changes between the two drafts that I am still struggling with a little bit, but there are basically three things that would cause me to vote against it because I just don't have correct information on them, and I'm not sure the best way to handle it. So number one is the exact amount on the bins. The math just doesn't work on them, regardless of whether it's 12,000 bins or 2,800 bins. That's just not working. Whether the light rehab can actually be funded by the ATE reserve, because to me it completely goes against policy, and then the server replacement piece, those three things. So I'm not sure if there's a way to get a report or like in looking at a way to still support the capital budget, but also make sure that the couple questions that weren't able to be answered tonight get answered. That's kind of the direction or instruction I'm looking for from administration.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, any other questions? Councillor Waugh.
I'd just like to echo what Councillor Nelson said about the bins. I would like some clarity on that because the math isn't quite right. But other than that, I think I'd be willing to pass the capital budget tonight. So any solution that administration could present would be welcome.
CEO Olson.
Thank you. I believe there was a motion during the last budget discussion to actually bring this item forward to council as an information item to provide information on the modernization. I would look to, I believe, Ms. Fox, do you have that motion?
I don't have the motion in front of me. I could probably grab it fairly quickly. In my notes, I have for the commercial, oh, it's right here. There was a request for commercial bin replacement.
Okay.
I mean, it could be broadened for just all the bin replacement to come back to council prior to any spending.
Councillor Waugh, follow up on that?
Looks like Councillor Nelson's eager to jump in, so I'll defer to him.
Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, like I'm not looking for them to come back as a request for decision. It's just clarifying the numbers around them. The commercial bins absolutely need to come back as a request for decision because it's a service level change, and I think there's a public interest to that. But you know, a math clarification on I don't want that coming back as a request for decision. I think that's I don't love bureaucratic layers, and that would be us creating things that just, you know, it's not what I'm looking for. So I just don't know if there's some sort of motion around that it be clarified by X date, or I don't know what's legislatively possible for our options.
CEO Olson, would a request for information by a certain date on this topic be possible? I'm kind of sensing that's what Councillor Nelson's looking for.
Absolutely. We can bring back information on this, clarifying those numbers fairly early on in 2021. And again, apologies, the director that was managing this budget is not present. So some of that clarification is sometimes available during the meeting. I'm not sure, Mr. Blush, if you have anything to clarify, but administration is prepared to bring an information report outside of this meeting.
Thank you. So with that, Councillor Nelson, any appetite in making a direction for an information request?
Yeah, I'd love. I think I can make it work. So I'd like to move that administration provide a brief report for information on the residential bins, the funding of the light rehabs from the ATE reserve, and the server replacement. Is January 30th fine, administration?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So by January 30th, it would come to a standing committee meeting. Probably the second standing committee meeting in January.
That sounds great. And if for some reason there's something major we need to deal with it, then we can do it at the following regular. So that.
Okay, Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Nelson, anything further to speak to that?
Yeah, I just appreciate the clarification, the creativity to get to a solution here. So appreciate that.
Perfect. Council, we have a direction on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none. Call to question to move that administration provide a brief report on information on the residential bins, the funding, the light rehabs for the ATE reserve, and the server replacement by January 30th of 2021. Council, all those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. And with that, Council, anything further? Councillor Hawes.
Oh, I'd like to start with, we talked about the most, so I'd like to make the motion that the first recommended motion, that council approve the use of the excess funds from the 2020 operating budget due to the municipal operating support transfer most program funding into the emergency response reserve. And if I speak to it, we talked about this at our last meeting, understanding more about the most, you know, and I think this is exactly what the money was for, put it in that reserve, and I'd be happy to make the next motion as well, but we'll start with that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Councillor Nelson.
Just for clarification, for the money to be spent from that reserve, does it have to come to council first?
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, CEO Olson, through the council. Any money that's spent out of reserve has to be approved through direction of council through budget. So as this has no direct items listed in the budget or the plan to be spent on, it would have to come back as well. We have included in the budget the 140,200, but again, it has no attached direction on how to spend it, and that is to come back to council the same way for direction.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, and does that include if there's a state of local emergency or another type of emergency called by the town?
Ms. Fox or CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. You know what, I apologize. I don't have an answer off the top of my head for that. That's something that administration could look into.
Could I just ask Councillor Nelson if you might clarify that? Do you mean if there's a state of emergency, could we access this fund to spend the money out of it?
Yeah, correct. We still don't have an emergency spending policy, which has been talked about coming forward for a while. And so we're creating a new emergency reserve. And from what I understand, an emergency reserve could be accessed without a motion of council if there's a state of local emergency or another type of emergency issued.
Ms. Fox?
Sorry, I'm working off of two screens and I can't see the faces unless I look up. Sorry about that. That I couldn't answer. I'm not 100%. Maybe
Mayor Michaels, if I could defer to Mr. Martins, he's popped up on our screen and he may have something to add that's helpful.
Fire Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to council. So there's a couple things to think about under the Emergency Management Act, and when we declare, we have certain authorities to spend money to mitigate a response. The pandemic's an unusual one. It's easier to put it in a fire's perspective. We can do things to stop that for life, safety, and risk hazard to the community. When it comes to increased spending limits and some other things under there, we would still need, under the new legislation, we'd still need our EAC committee to weigh in on the decisions if it's around emergency reserves, I believe, and a few other things on operational spending. If I clarified that.
Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, this is something I struggled with last budget, is that we put money into emergency reserves, but there's still no policy in which of how those are dealt with. So although we've done a great job, we put money into the emergency reserve or made it available from the rec center reserve last year. Administration was beyond responsible with it. And I've been really impressed with how we've handled this entire pandemic. But again, with turnover, with anything else, if we have an emergency reserve and the town can declare a state or local emergency and go in and pull whatever they want from that, that gives me pause as an elected official of whatever the circumstances are around it. And I guess if there was a firm date on when that emergency policy was going to come back, from what I understand, maybe it's now under an umbrella policy. That's where I'm struggling, is we haven't moved forward with the policy around the spending.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might make a suggestion, if there's a concern regarding how the emergency response reserve funding is accessed, that a motion simply be made that no money can be accessed from the emergency response reserve without a direction of council.
Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, if I could, I think that potentially puts a motion in violation of the MGA and the Emergency Act and all those things. So that's where it's a little bit tricky, and I just don't know it well enough to know whether that's legislatively appropriate or not. Just with it being coined an emergency reserve, I think it changes what it's for. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion.
Painful. Still up, council.
Thank you. Before I begin what I was going to say, Mr. Bullock,
made so many mistakes, and now I'm eating the broth being reported.
You turn off your microphone. Thank you. I wanted to add that fiscal management policy is expected to come before council very early on in the new year in January, I believe, and is nearly ready to be put in front of council. So there is an opportunity for council to see that and for that process to begin, if it gives council any comfort.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council, anything further? Seeing none. A call to question that council approve the use of the excess funds from the 2020 operating budget due to the municipal operating support transfer MOST program funding into the emergency response reserve. Council, all those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Council, anything further? Councillor Magoo.
While you're at it, your worship, I will make the following motion. That's identified as second of the recommended actions, Wendy, if you have them prepared. That council approves the use of $500,000 of the emergency response reserve to offset future year operational cost increases, of which $200,000 to be used in 2021 and 2022, and $100,000 to be used in 2023, with the intention of minimizing taxation impacts on business and residents. Your worship, I think it pretty much speaks for itself. It's something that I think we're very lucky and fortunate to have as a municipality. And again, it just looks to limit the impact, not just this year, but in subsequent years as well.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Nelson. You're muted again.
Thank you. Could I request a friendly amendment? Just that it says of which 200,000 to be used in each of 2021 and 2022, because it kind of reads as though you'd have 200 grand to split between the two, which I would actually like better as a motion, but I don't think that's the intent. And if I could speak briefly to it, I will support this. Philosophically, I really struggle with using grants to offset operations. We are in the world that we are in, and I would rather see these dollars put into reserves, but the previous motion gives me a little bit of comfort that we've put at least some in there, and we could always revisit these dollar amounts in future years and move that $300,000 into reserves if we find savings within operations. So I'll be supporting this at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Magoon, are you okay with the friendly amendment to add the word each in between the word in the year 2021?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, any further debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question the council approve the use of $500,000 of the emergency response reserve to offset future year operational cost increases, of which $200,000 to be used in each 2021 and 2022, and $100,000 to be used in 2023, with the intention of minimizing taxation impacts on business and residents. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, Councillor Hawes.
So before, I know there's another recommended in regards to motions, and it's in regards to the chamber. We've already dealt with the flower baskets, but I'm wondering if this is a good time to see where we're at, because previously we had that in the budget, and then we looking at that most grant. And I'm just wondering with the savings, because personally I'd like to have that most $200,000 as much as possible going into March. So I'm curious if that's possible at this juncture.
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Fox is putting the tally up on the screen.
So, do you want me to?
Sure, Ms. Fox, if you can take us through.
Okay, thank you, CEO Olson. So just to start off, the draft 2 budget had 0 tax rate increase. Sorry, I think if you can give me just a minute here, I'm gonna need a minute.
Apologies, Mayor Michaels. We'll just take a second to amend those numbers before bringing them back up on the screen, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll just park that and I'll go to Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. While administration's figuring that out and while we're still on the subject of the emergency response reserve, I'd like to make the motion, please.
Absolutely.
I'd like to move that council approves $140,200 to be included in council and public relations operating project budget for 2021, and its use to be determined by council at a future meeting and funded from the emergency response reserve.
It's in the motion.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, it's the recommended action motion, Ms. Anderson.
And Councillor Stashik, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'd speak briefly to it. Yeah, I think it's a good solution to what the Bulk of the balance of the money that's going to be left in that reserve is to be used for. It gives council the discretion to be able to use it throughout the upcoming budget year on emergent issues that may come forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Wad and Haas.
I just wanted to clarify the dollar amount if I could, Mr. Mayor. Because the 29,000 for the flower basket program was supposed to be funded from the reserve, correct? So should that 29,000 be added to the 140,200?
CEO Olson?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I believe that the 29,000, the direction that was provided was to use that amount to offset taxation. Is that correct? Sorry, Ms. Fox may have the numbers now.
Ms. Fox?
Yeah, thank you. I've had these numbers here. I just had to add them quickly together. My understanding from the direction was that the flower baskets were not to be funded by this reserve, so it would add money back to this reserve to be available. The 140,200 plus 28,860 to be exact is a total of $169,060. So if Councillor Stashik was amenable, you could update that number to that.
I would like to change it to the number that Ms. Fox just quoted. Thank you.
169,060, Wendy.
Thank you for that, administration, Councillor Stashik, and I'll hand it back to Councillor Watts if there's a follow-up regarding that.
No follow-up. I just wanted to clarify the number. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for bringing that up. Councillor Haas.
So I guess my next question is the conversation about the 30,800, because for clarification from administration, in draft one, we had added that back into that extra monies into the civic agencies that was going to be with taxation. But my question now is, with the savings that we made now, do we want to consider leaving it there, not taking it from the most and making that number that Councillor Stashik then that was amended in his even more so, I guess, is where I'm at. And that's why I was interested in seeing the numbers, because personally, I'd like to see as much of that most money go forward into this particular motion that Councillor Stashik has that we can, because we do have still COVID to deal with. This is not something that potentially is going to end in January. So that's my only, I'm totally in favor of this. I'm just wondering if we can get more for that council and public relations. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'd like to leave the motion as it stands. I realize I made it out of order, and that wasn't unintentional. If there's an appetite for somebody to address the 30,800 in a different way after this motion's decided on, that's fine. If there's a motion made to move it back to the emergency response reserve, then we can address it at this time. But the motion I made, I'd like to leave as stand, please.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate or questions? Seeing none, I will call to question. The council approved $169,060. If we can change that, Ms. Anderson.
No, that's a number he wanted.
The ones, yeah.
Councillor Stashik.
Yeah, sorry, that's right. Sorry. Thank you.
169,060.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Stashik, you're good with the new change to the motion? Perfect. And again, council, last call. Any further debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. The council approved $169,060 to be included in council and public relations operating project budget for 2021, and its use to be determined by council at a future meeting and funded from the Emergency Response Reserve. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Council, where would we like to go now? Councillor Magoon.
I would like to make a motion, Wendy. It is the Chamber of Commerce one. I'd like to make the motion that council approves in the 2021 budget a $30,000 800 amount to support the Chamber of Commerce additional funding request.
Councillor Magoon, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Worship. You know, we have an excellent partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, and they offer something that is absolutely invaluable to the community. In speaking with Ms. Charlton yesterday, there's additional opportunities to capitalize on what's happening right now regionally, and also to mitigate the impact of COVID to our business community. And I think this is certainly an important part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just a point of clarification of whether that second part of identifying the emergency response reserve was part of the motion, or whether it should be supported by taxation or another method.
Sorry, point of clarification, Your Worship. Yeah, from the emergency response reserve. Sorry, I missed that.
Thank you for that clarification, CAO Olson. Councillor Magoon. Council, any questions or debate? Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, the only concern I have is, I agree with funding the Chamber of Commerce with no doubt. Where it's coming from, we would have funded them, I think, anyway, regardless. And I would prefer seeing it coming out of the operational budget and not taken from the emergency reserve, to be honest. It's not it wasn't COVID that created this situation. It was a lack of funding from the provincial government that landed on our doorstep. And I personally, I think that, because this is another thing that's going to be coming into 2022 budget later on as well. And so I'm just wondering, or we don't know for certain whether it will or will it, whether they get other fundings and stuff, but I'm just concerned it's coming from the emergency reserve. That's the only thing, but I am in support of definitely funding them. So I'd like to hear from any other councillors from that.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, just to speak to that, well, I understand the logic of what Councillor Hawes brings up. This goes back to the initial problem of why it landed on our plates in the first place, by a withdrawal of funding from the provincial government. And the province has been really good partners. I'm certainly not looking to pick a fight, as it were, but I think what it shows us is the importance of seeking some grant funding long term for the services offered by the chamber. And I mean, I don't think it's a hard sell to this provincial government to say, look, business is important. Our Chamber of Commerce is important. You need to step up and help support that. We're not asking for a whole bunch. And I don't think that should come from our citizens. I think there is a provincial responsibility there, because ultimately they benefit through taxation, travel, increased economic revenues. I could go on and on. So I respect your opinion, but I think this continues to put that pressure where it needs to be, is back on the province.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any further debate? Comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call to question that council approves in the 2021 budget a $30,800 amount to support the Chamber of Commerce additional funding request to be funded from the emergency response reserves. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, what would we like to do next? Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, and I'm going to make the motion, and then maybe if administration can speak to it just briefly, because there wasn't a lot of mention of it on tonight's meeting. But The council approved an application to the government of Alberta for a municipal intern for the 2021-2022 year for the internship program funded by grants and contributions from the town as presented. Sorry, I was reading it and switched. Where did it go now? Yeah, presented in the 2021 and 2022 budget. And if I may speak to it, and then just a question to administration to speak to it as well. I think this is a great program, internship. We brought in a person with the internship who's now come on board full-time for us, a great asset benefit to our community, our organization, and our community. It's all about our strategic plan of retaining young people, giving opportunities in our community, bringing in people. So I'm in favor of this, but if administration could please talk about a little bit about that internship and where it's at and what's moving forward financially.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So yes, in addition to what Councillor Haas has said, we had brought on that Mr. Fayez as intern and has now been appointed to or successfully recruited for the communications coordinator position with the town of Hinton. So that I don't know if it's been publicly announced, and not to take the wind out of any sails that way. We've seen great value in this. They're highly educated and skilled folks that we're able to tap into through that intern program. That is grant funded as well. So there is a municipal contribution, but there is a grant component to that to help make it affordable to provide that valuable experience to the interns as they're working through that program. So the motion as it is in the report is actually required for an application to enter into the program for the 2021 and 2022 year. So that's why it's included in this budget document as well. It's taken right from the application package is what we're needing to provide in order to move forward. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Haas, are you good? Perfect. Councillor Nelson.
I guess my question is, does the second part of the motion, is it a requirement for the program, or could we end the motion with for a municipal intern for the 2021-2022 year? And if I can kind of explain my question, it really isn't broken down within the budget anywhere. So I have no idea what percent is grant funded, what percent is part of the budget. And I don't, not that I don't care. To me, that's not material as to whether or not we support the program, because overall it's going to end up in a saving. So I want to support it, but I can't support it as presented without knowing more of the numbers behind it. And I don't see those in the document unless I just missed it somewhere.
CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Fox?
Yeah, thank you. The motion was actually supplied to the Alberta Granting Agency for interns, and they approved the wording of this motion as they've recommended. Just to give you guys some insight, the intern program as it was budgeted in 2020 is budgeted the same way financially in the 2021 budget. Overall, the intern comes on usually May and June and extends into the following year. So the funds are separated over those 2 years. The total amount is approximately $90,000, of which $43,000 of that is provided for the grant portion, leaving about $47,000 to be split over the 2 years as the town's contribution. And that hasn't changed in the way that it's been presented.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nelson, follow up?
Yeah, I appreciate the breakdown, but again, it's this on the fly new info. And again, the motion is as it's presented in the budget, and I don't see it presented in the budget. So that's what I'm struggling with. So it maybe it's just something where similar to the capital ones, there's just a quick breakdown received at some point of what the breakdown is on paper, not kind of in the middle of a meeting. We haven't had a chance to clarify it. I love the program. I don't know that how much the individual has to do with its success, but that individual seems to be awesome. So I love the program. I just want to make sure that if I'm approving something as presented, it's presented and I don't see it presented.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, any further debate? We have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Councillor Nelson.
I guess I'll make an amendment that says, and so just at the end, and that a information item be presented to council by the end of January 2021.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion that we'll deal with specifically. Councillor Nelson, are you okay with that wording?
Yeah, and the concept is just we get the number breakdown and know what we're committing to. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have an amended motion on the floor. We'll be dealing with that part first. I have Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Really just a question for administration. I mean, if this is going to help Councillor Nelson support it, I'm great with that. I just want to know if that timeline and that new wording on the amendment is achievable.
C.A. Olson, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Michaels. The amendment to the motion doesn't change the intent, which is to approve the application for the intern. So it doesn't impact that at all. To bring forward an information item before the end of January on this, we can pull that information together and bring it forward in January. To provide a little additional clarification, actually, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, C.A. Olson. Councillor Magoon, anything else? We're good? Okay, Council, we have an amendment on the floor. Any further debate or questions? Seeing none, call to question the amendment part to add, and that an information item be presented to council by the end of January 2021. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried 5-1. And now we have a motion on the floor that includes both parts. Councillor Nelson.
Just for clarification, and that was meant to be council or committee. I just want to make sure it's not lost that it has to come to council on that first meeting. Committee is fine as well. So apologies trying to figure those out on the fly and realizing the changes to our meetings. So committee is fine as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, we have a motion on the floor that includes both. Any further debate or question? Seeing none. I'll call to question that council approve of an application to the Government of Alberta for a municipal intern for the 2021-22 year from the internship program funded by grants and contributions from the town as presented in the 2021-2022 budget, and that an information item be presented to council by the end of January 2021. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council. Councillor Nelson.
I have what could be a weird procedural question, but can we approve an interim budget based on the draft 2 budget and its associated changes?
C.A. Olson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox.
I'm not 100% sure what that means. So typically an interim budget is based on the previous year's operating, that's just how it's happened here, which requires a certain amount of taxation. The draft 2 budget presented has a lower operating budget, but the same amount of taxation required. You could, just trying to think this out, being a bit tired, you could, I don't really know how it would work. I'm stuttering. You could approve an interim budget based on draft 2 numbers with all the amended changes.
Maybe if I could speak to kind of my thought process. I actually really appreciate the work that everybody's done. Our starting point, this budget, was obviously put us in a lot better spot than previous years. I think it's pretty close. We've made a lot of changes today. There were a lot of changes between draft 1 and draft 2, some of which were council directed and some of them were just updates and edits, new funding that's come through. So conceptually, I think I'd be close to supporting that, supporting the new budget that we're kind of at today, but not as a firm approval. So in my head, if we approved an interim based on where we got to today, and then January 5th, we've had a few more weeks for a final document to be prepared and put together and make sure that all the changes that we've made kind of on the fly are properly reflected and we know what we're actually signing off on. That would be something that I would prefer over an interim based on last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So just take a moment to provide some additional, I guess, context and information. We would not be in a position to bring that forward for January 5th. That does take work to achieve. We need to have everything ready for review within the next week. So all of the changes to budget to bring forward to January 5th would need to take place. We've also we've been going flat out, and there is a lot of vacation booked over the next 2 weeks for my staff that I will not unapprove. So we would be looking at further into 2021 to bring something back. As well, any impact, I suppose, to the bylaws tonight, we would need to adjust some of those numbers again. So council would effectively be looking at a bit of additional new information at that time. So I just want to pose that to council, that we would be looking further out the January 5th.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Is there anything we'd like to move forward? We have some options, or do we want to spend some time looking at the compilation, the changes from earlier today? Any appetite to deal with any of the other motions? What's the appetite of council? Councillor Nelson.
Personally, if we're going to be approving a interim based on 2020 numbers anyway, I don't know how much value there is to doing a bunch of on the fly work right now. I think we're probably better served to get a report back with all those numbers updated and all of those things changed. I think it probably serves us better than kind of working off the seat of our pants right now. My concept of doing an interim based on the changes was more to support administration's desire to move forward with a budget more quickly. So that was me trying to work along with administration and not cause them delays. But if we're looking at an interim tonight anyways, then I'm fine with it extending past January 5th for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Ms. Fox.
I can, we never did come back to putting the changes up on the screen and walking through those changes. That might be helpful to support any decisions that council wants to make.
So I thank you for that, Ms. Fox. Council, any appetite to go look at that, or do we want to look at any other motions or directions at this moment? Councillor Stashik.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Other than, I do have a procedural question, but to answer your question directly though, I think before I want to make a decision on whether I want to move ahead with either the capital or operating tonight, I do want to see those adjusted numbers for sure. And I'd like to see them now rather than in the future to make a decision. But if I could ask a procedural question. The motion regarding the increase in water, wastewater, and residential waste collection rates, is that relevant now considering we've already done first reading on all of those? Does that need to be made, or what happens with that?
CEO Olson.
I'll defer to Ms. Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through to council. No, I think they will still come back January 5th. And if council is comfortable, you guys can support the information that's there and the budget would stand. If at that point you were not comfortable moving forward, the budget would have to be amended. So it's not that the budget can't change. If you guys adopt it tonight and make a different decision on the 5th, we would just have to make amendments for whatever changes you brought forward on the 5th.
I could clarify, Mr. Mayor. Right, so the specific motion though regarding council approving an increase in water, wastewater, residential waste collection does not have to be made at all, correct?
That's
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, administration. Thank you, Councillor Stashik. So I saw a lot of head nodding. So we'll go into spending a few moments looking at what's been compiled throughout the evening to then see if there's any appetite to deal with the operating or capital budget. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor, through to council. So I did the best I could to capture this information. The amounts up front were the draft 2 changes in tax required. So we were saying that we, at this point, estimate no further taxation required and a 0% tax rate increase based on the 2020 assessments. There was a direction to reduce council's budget by $20,000. There was a reduction or direction to remove the flower basket program. Was it all together? Yeah, and the other side of that was it was being funded by grant funding, so it essentially zeroes itself out. The recreation center construction reserve reduction of 120,000. There was a council project increase direction. However, it has a nil effect. So I didn't put it on 2 separate lines in order to save time. To taxation and a council chamber direction to be funded as it is right now in the budget. It's funded through that emergency response reserve, and that didn't change. So overall, a further reduction. So we were at an operating budget reduction of $131,000. We're going to reduce the operating budget again by an additional $140,000. So I've got a new operating budget if council wish to approve the operating budget for 2021. The overall estimated tax rate decrease is 1.1%. So based on those current assessment values and the tax rates and these changes, we're at a tax rate decrease at approximately 1.1%. An overall operating decrease of the 131 plus the 140, although draft 2 already had the 131. So the new adjustment of the 140 on the operating budget draft 2 brings the overall operating requirements to 33,433,202. And then for the motion, we actually net out the amortization because it's a non-cash cost and council's approving the cash expenditures. So the motion is would include the $28,731,699. That's for the operating budget, and the estimated impact is about a negative 1.1%. Capital budget, the new capital was $8,730,000. There was a vehicle reduction of $50,000. So the new capital amount is $8,680,712.
Thank you for that, Ms. Fox. Council, any questions? Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Speaking to the capital budget, as it's fairly clean and straightforward, I would like to move that council approve the 2021 capital budget of $8,680,712 and the 2021 to 25 5-year capital plan as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, We have a motion on the floor to approve the capital budget. Any discussion? CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. It should read as amended, because there was that one amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Stashik, you're okay with that change?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for that, CEO Olson. Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Councillor Nelson.
The amount changed.
Maybe I'm missing it. Does the dollar amount still need to change on the one on the screen?
680,712.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate, questions? Councillor Magoon.
No debate. I'm looking forward to supporting this with the understanding that there are a number of projects that are very important that council have already identified to come back to us in terms of a request for decision. And I think really that's where council is going to ensure that there's transparency and solid communication done with our community so that they understand the very detailed specifics of how this impacts them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll call to question. The council approved the 2021 capital budget of $8,680,712 and the 2021 to 2025 5-year capital plan as amended. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Thank you, administration. Council, what would we like to do now? Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to make the next motion, and before I say, I just, I want to thank administration for this and the work that council did this evening. And I see that the news numbers up there. Thank you very much for that. So I would like to make the motion, and if Wendy, if you could bring it up, please, because I can't have both screens open. With those amended numbers in it.
I can give you the amended operating budget amount.
Yes, please.
I think it's seriously 28,731 and 699.
Okay, Wendy has proactively amended the number for you.
From your screen.
Okay. So I'd like to move that council approve the 2021 operating budget of $28,731,699 and the 2021 to 2023 3-year operating plan as presented, or as amended, it should be. Thank you. And if I could speak to it, Mayor Michaels. So council set forth a direction for administration to bring back to us no more than a 4% budget or tax increase last year in our budget, and they achieved that. They brought to us the 4%. COVID hit us, and we heard from the community, and they said they don't want one. We worked a little bit, got it down to 3. We heard more from our community, said they don't want a tax increase. We achieved it and more. We got now what looks like a minus 1.1% tax increase, if I'm correct. Is that the number? Yes, thank you. I think we've achieved all our goals, to be honest with you. Administration has, along with our work direction as council, and work together as council. And I'm confident moving forward that this will be a year, obviously, to remember in a lot of different ways, from COVID and other things, to also having a year of no taxation, increase in taxation or decrease in taxation in this same year. So I hope that I have the support of the rest of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council. Councillor Nelson. You're still muted, yeah.
I won't be voting in favor of it. I haven't had enough time. There's been too many changes from draft 1 to now. There's only 2 days before the last first budget presentations to go out and get public consultation. I think there's things like reducing rec center reserves and not reducing wages. I think there's a lot of conversations that are still happening out in the community. We also haven't spent a single second looking at future years. I personally am nowhere near comfortable with setting administration on a path of a 4.5% tax increase for next year. I don't think the community is going to be up for that, and I don't want the next council to start their budget process from a place where they've got to come back a long ways. So I'm certainly not ready yet, so I won't be speaking in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I guess my one question for administration, that brings up a good point, because in general, I really like the 2021 budget, but I share some of the similar concerns regarding future years. Absolutely. I spoke to this last year. Could we approve the operational budget for 2021 and have that conversation for 2022 and 2023 in January? Administration, what does that look like? Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor, through to council. So absolutely, you could approve the 2021. We, as presenting our departmental budgets and through reporting, have commented on the 3-year plan, but we don't spend a lot of focus talking to it. I can tell you that by decreasing 2021 and not changing any other years, the gap between 2021 and 22 increases. So that increases your percentage. One way we did get council support on this last year was after council approved the plan, following motion was made to bring back a 3-year plan in 2022 with no greater than a certain amount percent increase, which seemed to work okay. It definitely puts us in a position where we know the tax rate increase that council is striving for. We know based on this budget year, every year is a new year for council to look at all numbers. So if there was a way that we could get council support with a following motion, it means one less report that we have to bring back to council. But I do understand if council wants further clarification that you might want to bring that information back. It just, as far as turning around a report and how many extra reports were motioned tonight, I'm not sure of a time frame on that.
Thank you for that, Ms. Fox. Councillor Magoon? You're muted.
Oh, I knew it was my turn. I'd like to make an amendment, Your Worship.
Okay.
Unfortunately, though, Wendy, I'll have to see the main motion. So essentially, Wendy, I'd just like the motion to read that council approved the 2021 operating budget of $28,731,699, and not to include the and. Yeah, exactly.
So if I may, administration, could we have a motion to split? I think unless Ms. Rendell wants to comment, I don't think we can amend and change the entirety of the motion like that.
Sorry, Your Worship. Yeah, if actually you're totally right, and yeah, that makes complete sense. If I could move to split, please.
Perfect. In splitting the motion is non-debatable to my knowledge. I see a nod from our CAO, and we will, for clarification purposes, deal with which one first, administration.
Sorry, Mayor Michaels, you're fading out a little bit here too. So the what was your question?
Which part of the motion that is being split will we speak to first?
The operating budget first.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councilor.
2021 operating budget. Apologies.
Okay, thank you for that, CAO Olson. Thank you, Councilor Magoon, for splitting that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm very happy to support the 2021 operating budget as is. I do share a number of the concerns that other councillors had mentioned about looking forward, but in terms of this year, a lot of work's been done. Just so the citizens can know, there's been a lot of, call it homework done by council in terms of digging through the budget, trying to discuss, where areas that we can look to build efficiencies and really try to reduce the impact of, 2020 moving forward into the 2021 year on the taxpayer. And again, I haven't had a chance, and a number of other councillors have. I do want to extend my appreciation to administration. There has been a lot of really good work done in terms of building efficiencies into this. And I think together what we're looking to present to the community right now is a operating budget that reduces taxes by 1.1%. And I think that's something to be lauded given the circumstances of our times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor to deal with the first part, which is the operational budget of just 28,731,699. Council, anyone else would like to speak to this? Councillor Waugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for administration to start, and that is, if we choose not to pass it tonight and wanted to defer it into the start of January, does it have any material effect?
C.A. Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Material effect on the.
Moving forward, could we just as easily pass an interim and then bring the full operating budget back for approval?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So your question is that if it didn't go ahead tonight and passed an interim budget based on the 2020 budget and then brought this forward in January for approval, so that this is something that I'm not sure that we'd be able to meet the first meeting in January, and I've spoken to that already, that the preparation needed to bring something forward in a report to council at that point would be challenging for us.
Even any time in January, and the reason I'm asking this is because I'm happy with the budget. I'm really impressed with where we're at, and I don't want to change anything, but I think part of our job is communicating what's in this budget before we pass it, and there have been a lot of changes over the last, since draft one. I would love the opportunity to be able to have this fully revised budget prepared and brought back to us so that we can do some communication on it and do some final back and forth with some stakeholders and some people that have reached out to me. I think it would benefit all of us to have that opportunity because there has been a lot of work done since this draft one is presented, and I want to make sure that everyone knows where we're landing with it before I give it final approval, if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Nelson.
I won't be speaking in favor of this part of the motion. A lot around what Councillor Waugh said. I take a lot of pride in going through the details and making sure that I'm confident in anything in that budget a citizen asks me about. I can confidently say why there's value there and why I can support it. And I'm not able to do that, especially with only a couple minutes looking at an updated spreadsheet. I need that document that reflects the changes. And take that out to the community and have a lot of those conversations. So although I think it's a really good budget, I think it's probably really close to where it needs to be. There's still a philosophical conversation I want to have with the community around how much of grant funding is appropriate to use for operations, because that concerns me for future years. But overall, I think it's pretty solid. I'm just not ready to support it yet. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Ostashik.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty happy with this budget too. I'm pretty happy with the process that we undertook to get to this, to where we're at today. If I was pressed, I would be able to support this moving forward. I think it's good. It's what I was looking for. That said, though, I would like to see the full, complete budget, packaged up, polished, presentable, and so that we can read it with all the changes, citizens can read it with all the changes, know it, understand it, and be able to fully support it. So I'm not in favor of moving ahead with an interim budget based on 2020 numbers. So I don't know if it's possible to, and I know this has been addressed a couple times, if it means having to do an interim budget based on 2020 numbers, then I would likely move forward with passing this budget tonight. If we can do an interim budget with the 2021 numbers that we came to today, if there's any way to do that, that would be my preference. So I'd like administration to speak to that. And then if it winds up being later January, even February, that's okay, because I know the interim is based on what we talked about here tonight.
CEO Olson?
I may need to request just a couple of minutes so that we can discuss this and just make sure that we're providing accurate information to council on that. Is that possible, Mayor Michaels?
Mm-hmm. So what we'll do is we'll take a, seeing that we've got through quite a bit of this, we'll take a 4-minute recess, let everyone have a break, and then we'll reconvene for the last stretch for this evening. So we'll reconvene. Hello, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this meeting at 9:18. Administration, CEO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just conferred with Ms. Fox about when in January something could be brought forward. It's super challenging to bring something forward before the end of January. We're going into year end. We've got holidays booked. We've got a number of kind of operational constraints over the next, past Christmas. So it's going to be challenging to bring something forward at that point. What I can offer as maybe a solution that to create a little bit more time between tonight and council moving ahead with approving an operating budget between Ms. Fox and myself to the end of this week. We can put in some work to do what we can to put it onto a special meeting for next week. If that's something that council could accept. So an additional special budget meeting in a week, that would give some time. We would clear the deck and work on the report and the updates to have an agenda prepared for end of day Friday. That would give council a couple of more days to go to the community and discuss the changes. So I would offer that.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Council. Any thoughts? Councillor Waugh.
And it's getting late and maybe we're all tired and I'm just missing it. So there wouldn't be enough time to prepare the document by end of January, but we could expedite it and get changes ready for consideration by end of this week or next week. I don't understand.
We would prioritize, sorry, Mayor Michaels, if I can chime in, we would prioritize this work this week and clear the deck to get it done. It's the compounding workload over Christmas and into January that is the issue. So we're at year end. We're managing those processes through our financial department. It's challenging, as well as the burnout that a lot of the team is experiencing. So in order to preserve some of those pieces that I've approved and put in place, we would do our best to bring something in, and it was just an offer of a solution, and it would alleviate the need to move into an interim budget if we could get this done before the end of the year.
Thank you, CEO Olson. Councillor Magoon.
Yeah, Your Worship, and essentially that's part of my concern as well, is the fact that the longer we delay what is already a very, very reasonable budget, given the context, the more we're just taking away from other initiatives that we as a council want to achieve. We've already established that we're separating the the budgets moving forward for subsequent budgetary years into a separate discussion item, and potentially that may come back to council as well. And we also had said that council was going to use this budget as a tool for giving administration essentially our strategic initiatives moving forward. So if we're delaying that into January or February, again, I have concerns that we're not going to achieve the things we can achieve for the purposes of what? Maybe even raising the budget because some people are not happy with how a certain operational grant is going to be used to offset taxation. Really, for me, that's what it's going to come down to. I'd rather just get it passed tonight because ultimately it's you're not going to make everybody happy, but at least this budget seeks to reduce taxation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I have myself. Originally, I'm good passing it tonight. Generally, I like the extra time. I've spoke to many people. We've listened to every voice. I think we've implemented what the community wanted in this budget. This budget is absolutely great. Page 17 shows the leadership CAO Olson and her staff have taken to find efficiencies. Honestly, 99 out of 100 people that I talked to really like the direction of this budget. And now I don't want to rush it. I'd prefer not waiting over the Christmas holidays. I understand that COVID is affecting everyone, and I don't want to use that as the only excuse, but we do have an administration that's working extremely hard. And I think this represents, at least from what I'm hearing, what people want. If it's a week, I could support a week. I don't want to wait until the middle or end of January to pass this is my preference. So that's sort of where I'm leaning is let's pass this. Let's acknowledge that we have an amazing document. And honestly, the changes that we made today, albeit less than the capital budget, the capital was one. We're talking, less than a handful of changes, right? You're right. The big one is probably the rec center, but I'm behind it. I understand with the new grant person, and at least I stand behind my philosophy why I'm okay with the 120, but I respect if other people want to go to the community and speak to it. But to me, we actually haven't changed all that much tonight in the operational. There's been some changes, but I don't think it's groundbreaking. And I think people would support us passing it tonight. But like I said, ultimately, I'm okay with waiting another week. My preference is tonight, and I'll leave it at that for myself. Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I agree everything that Councillor Magoon and Mayor Michael said. I mean, we aren't going to be able to please everybody, but we definitely please the majority of the community. What we've heard in regards to taxation and being a hard year this year, and the amount of work that's been put into this and the efficiencies that have already been found, and to delay this even further. And you know what? I'm hearing our CEO say, burnout is happening. This is the Christmas season. This is the holiday season. This is a holiday season that unfortunately is going to change for everybody, and to have the time with their families and everything. And I really think that the community will support this budget. It is exactly what they were asking for. It's even beyond, I think, what I expected, in my head was around 1 or 2%, and we've gone even beyond that. And I think that the community will be happy with that. We've made reductions in areas that make sense. We've looked at, whether it be the rec reserve. We're not saying zero. We're saying let's cut it in half for this year. We're still putting money away. We're working towards it. So we're not abandoning the project. We're not saying we're not going to think about it anymore. We're just saying, just like we would in our household, it doesn't fit this year. I mean, there in a lot of ways. So I think that, it's efficient to pass this budget this evening, have that conversation about next year's budget and future taxation and percentages and everything, but move forward with this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I have Councillor Stashik.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Michaels. Yeah, I said just a few minutes ago that, I wouldn't, if there was a way to be able to move forward with the proposed numbers in an interim budget, that would be my preference. But since it's not, I'm fully prepared to pass this operating budget tonight as well. this is, this meets everything that I've heard from the community. Actually, it exceeds everything I've heard from the community. I think both administration and council did an outstanding job in coming up with probably the most reasonable budget that they could come up with. This budget, it's got absolutely no additional impact on our citizens. In fact, it has less impact on our citizens, and we were able to do it without significantly affecting service levels. I think that's commendable. It's something to move forward with. There might be the odd citizen who's got some concerns with some of the details about how we got there, but I think in general, everybody's going to be happy with what we wound up with at the end. It's the number that everybody looks at the end is what is this going to do to my taxes? And I think from that perspective, we've done about as well as we can, and I'm prepared to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stashik. Councilor Watt.
Yeah, and just lastly, I agree with everyone about the budget. I'm entirely happy with this budget, and that's one of the reasons I want to see the revised document come back at a time when the general public isn't entirely distracted by, this COVID lockdown and Christmas. I think this is something we should have more time to champion. I think that administration in particular has done an incredible job. And again, I look forward to seeing some sort of communications plan about the budget. I think we didn't do as much as we could have on the front end with communications. So that's why I was eager to try and give us a longer landing strip on the back end when we have such a well-rounded document from a capital and operating standpoint. So anyways, my objection is not to the budget at all. I'd be happy passing this and having administration put it into play starting tomorrow. But again, I just think we're missing an opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Watt. Councilor Nelson.
Yeah, I'll just speak to it. I like the budget in many ways. I just don't know it well enough to be comfortable approving it tonight. I need that document in front of me that lays out exactly what we're approving, and I don't have that. To turn it around for next week, I think it would be counterproductive because if it's done in a rush and doesn't allow a lot of time for public engagement, I think it would serve to make the process worse, not better. Yeah, I would love to get behind this budget and support it and show people and walk people through it and do some screen shares on Zooms and all the things that we could do in these times that in normal years we would do in January or December or February. There's risk in taking ownership of something that we don't know yet exactly what we're owning. I love the concept of owning a Buick. And I feel like that's what we're owning this year, but I don't really know. I don't know what's under the hood yet. So ultimately, I really appreciate the work that everybody's done, council, administration. We've done great work, and I don't like not supporting this, but I just can't based on the information I have right now. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Councilor Magoon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think back to when I first started as a councillor, and I honestly cannot remember either of two things. A time when AI was on a council that managed to pass a budget before the new year, and B, a council that delivered a reduction, especially a reduction under such difficult times. And again, I think that is something that I wasn't expecting to achieve this year, but I'm very proud of this council for achieving, and certainly administration as well. Given the context of what's happening. So my thanks to everybody involved.
Thank you, Councilor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. The first part is the operational budget. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call to question that council approve the 2021 operational budget of $28,731,699. Council, all those in, Councilor Stashik?
Sorry, just before you call the question, I believe it should probably say as amended.
Thank you for that. And we can just add that, Wendy. Again, so I'll call to question. Thank you, Councillor Stashik, for that. No, you can just get that back on the screen. Thank you. That council approved the 2021 operating budget of $28,731,699 as amended. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried 5-1. Councillor Nelson.
Just had a question for clarification. Now that we've amended this budget between draft 1 and draft 2, there are a lot of changes that were not council directed made between draft 1 and draft 2. Am I correct that no changes will be made that were not via council motion between this budget, like when that final document comes to us?
CAO Olson?
So the final document will incorporate that final number. So the changes between version 1 and 2, the increase to the benefits, the reduction of that position, that sort of thing will be included.
Yeah, so just for clarity, so it'll be draft 2 plus the motions that were made tonight. Administration's not going to make any other structural changes to the document. As far as, election being in one fund versus another, things like that changed kind of between these drafts.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. No, it'll be just reflective of the discussion tonight. We won't be moving anything like that you mentioned.
Perfect. Thank you. That just helps guide the public conversation over the next few weeks until that final pretty document comes back to council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Council, anything further for this evening? Oh, we have the second motion, my apologies, is on the floor. Councillor Stashik. You're muted.
I'd like to propose an amendment to that motion, if I may, if I could see it. I'm actually not sure I can propose an amendment that would fit my intention. So speaking to the motion, I wouldn't really want to be looking at approving or not approving the 21 to 2023 3-year operating plan right now. What I would like to see is have that operating plan come back to a standing committee for discussion. The reason being, I'm not particularly content with the numbers that were presented in that either. Not comfortable with a 4% proposed increase, considering that there's a 1.5% decrease compounded on that by the emergency reserve funding that we approved today. So I would definitely want to have some further discussion about that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hawes.
So my question procedurally is, I wouldn't have made this motion. Potentially, it was part of the first motion. It got split. Can I withdraw this one? Because I'm in agreement. I don't want to approve that either. I do want to have a conversation about it at a future one. So if I'm able to withdraw that second motion, I'm more than happy to do that.
CAO Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Ms. Randall, can you provide some guidance?
So just reading the procedural bylaw, it basically says when a motion is lengthy, complicated, or contains a series of independent issues, a councillor may request that the resolution be split into parts and voted on individually. So, and it says the chair shall grant this request. So probably what you could do is just vote on the second portion of it, but defeat it and then make your new motion.
Thank you, Ms. Rendell. Councillor Hawes.
I'm fine with that too. If it's better to just put it up there and let the chips fall. I won't be in support of the motion myself. I'd rather have the conversation. I don't look to approve it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. I'll be speaking against this too, and thank you, Councillor Hawes, for that. And then looking forward to a further direction following this. Council, anyone else would like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call to question. The council approved the 2021 to 2023 three-year operating plan as amended. All those in favor? Sorry, you're muted, Councillor Nelson. I don't know what you're saying.
Sorry, I have a question. The motion now says 2021 to 2023, and we've now approved 2021. So I have no idea how to handle this now.
See you, Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. We can bring the motion back up.
So, yeah, sorry. So if I may, as administration's looking at this, this is like the conversation we had an hour ago. Multiple motions can coexist together. The government of Alberta forces us to have a 3-year operating budget that we have to approve congruently or together. So we can still approve a budget and then pass a 3-year budget that the government of Alberta forces us to do together. That to me is the way I look at it. I don't know if Ms. Rendell has, I'm trying to buy her a little bit of time, but has any thoughts on explaining this?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I would still just leave that motion up, defeat it, and then make a new motion that states that the like a new 21 to 2023 3-year operational plan be brought to a future meeting or something like that with the amendments that you made of the 2021 budget.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Rendell. Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll recall to question that council approve the 2021 to 2023 3-year operating plan as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated unanimously. And council. Councillor Stashik.
Muted.
No, I'm not. I'd like to move that council direct administration to bring the 2021 to 2023 3-year operating plan to a future standing committee meeting for discussion. And if I could speak to it, well, I'm not really going to speak to it. I think I spoke to it already, but I'd ask administration if that should have a date on it or not. And if it does, what would be appropriate?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Michaels. We'd still be looking at I guess the beginning of February to bring that forward.
If I may, Mr. Chair. If administration would like a date on it, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it the way it is too. I'm sure you'll use your discretion to bring it forward in an appropriate time.
Thank you. Absolutely. We'll, I'm okay with no date, but that's what we would be looking to bring it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none, I call to question that council direct administration to bring the 2021 to 2023 3-year operating plan to a future standing committee meeting for discussion. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Council, anything further? And before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I do want to thank council. I do want to thank our community. I do want to thank administration and the leadership of CAO Olson. I know it's been a long 12 months, but this was, you know, a very good evening. And compared to the 6 other budgets that I've been part of, this has been by far the best, albeit still some room for progress, but there always will be. But this was a tremendous night, and I'm very very proud of our community. I'm proud of our administration and our council tonight. Thank you for your hard efforts. And with that, unless there's anything further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hawes.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Council, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, everyone.